Coming up in the Bahamas tonight, the weekend edition, the Parliamentary Registration Department unveiling its new biometric cards, making a major step in enhanced voter security. Plus, police hitting major crime hotspots head on, stepping up vigilance and taking decisive action to keep our streets safe. In sports, the Atlantis College Baseball Series now underway. The Bahamas tonight, the weekend edition starts now. Good evening, I'm Desmond Saunders, and welcome to the broadcast. The Bahamas takes a major step in modernizing general elections. Biometric voter cards now available, starting with residents of Killarney, Carmichael, and St. James. Authorities say the new cards make voting safer, faster, and more secure ahead of this year's general election. Marisa Burrows has more.
After months of preparation, biometric voters' cards are officially available for collection, with members of 3 constituencies getting the opportunity to receive their IDs first. Residents of Killarney, Carmichael, and St. James heading out to the Parliamentary Registration Department Saturday morning to collect these new official cards, meant to make the voting process in this year's upcoming general election a smoother experience. Following the announcement of biometric voters' cards last year per parliamentary legislation, Parliamentary Commissioner Harrison Thompson says that the implementation of the cards has been a work in progress, but necessary to ensure safer measures at the polling stations.
This is something that was ongoing for some time. It's not something that came overnight. The planning for the biometric cards started years ago, and you have to start somewhere. This is the first phase of that process. We're still working the process, but we believe we're at the stage now we can issue the cards. So the Bahamian people will have this biometric card, that will be even more secure than their paper cards.
With biometric data now being part of the official registration process, authorities are stating that its secure networking systems is what makes this feature a standout one for this election season.
Change is always scary, but change is the only thing that is constant. And we encourage Bahamians to there's nothing to fear. If you have an AA passport, your biometrics are there already. And all we want to do is make sure that the electoral process is secure and you are able to protect your privacy and all of that. We want to do all of that, and that's what the card is all about. That's what this biometric card is all about, to protect you as a citizen.
As the voter registry approaches 200,000 names ahead of the upcoming general election, those picking up their biometric cards are expressing both excitement and hesitation about the new process.
There was no hit, everything runs. The only problem is today that they do not have my card ready, and they're now searching for it to see if it's ready.
Your biometric is on the card. There should be no doubt of who your identity is and what constituency you're registered in. And I think it's a safety mechanism for persons voting in other constituency and doesn't live in that particular constituency they're voting in. So I think this is the reason why the government decided to change it to the biometric cards.
I believe the government will make sure that those particular information is protected. So I trust my government, so I decided to go for it.
For the Bahamas tonight, I'm Marisa Burrows.
Country's Minister of Labor, the Honorable Pia Glover-Rolls, says the labor market in the Bahamas remains stable, with hundreds of vacancies posted on the Department of Labor's portal. The minister says the administration is aggressively confronting the nation's skills gap, rolling out free training, paid apprenticeship programs, and targeted workforce initiatives designed to connect Bahamians to available jobs.
We are looking to engage citizens of the Bahamas but ensuring that we address the skills mismatch, which I think our administration is doing an excellent job on by providing a number of initiatives that give our citizens training opportunities. We're removing the barriers of access. Barriers of access include usually cost, and so where our initiatives are free, some are stipendary, and then then we also have opportunities to shift the trajectory of careers by using our labor market studies to inform us of the gaps. You have the National Apprenticeship Program that in our pilot we have focused on maritime. In our pilot we have focused on construction. And in our upcoming pilot we will focus on energy and renewable energy and customer service. So we are using the initiatives that are created as the solutions to our challenges to ensure that we are filling the labor market gaps.
The Minister of Labor says labor reform is also high on the government's agenda.
We want to ensure that we are responding to all aspects of the challenges that we meet in the labor market. You've seen a recent report of more industrial accidents. So it's important for us at the Department of Labor that we're engaging our inspectorate and our Occupational Safety and Health Unit, also called OSH, to ensure that proper protocols are being observed by employers, to ensure that there's training and retraining where necessary to observe those protocols on the job. We're focused on Bahamianization and ensuring that where we aren't able to engage Bahamian workers, then we direct our training initiatives to ensure that in the future we are able to ensure that Bahamian citizens are trained and skilled for occupational gaps that now exist. So the Department of Labor is working diligently through our Occupational Safety and Health, through our Notice of Vacancy unit, and through our training.
The Ministry of Housing addressing recent claims regarding land at Paul Track, including the area being developed as Premier Estates West off Ferguson Road. The ministry says the land is government-owned, lawfully acquired in 1957, and remains recorded for public purposes. Any claims that portions are for private sale are false. Authorities warn Bahamians not to be misled. Anyone attempting to buy this land without proper legal verification does so at their own risk. Residents are urged to retain reputable attorneys and check titles at the Registry of Records before making any payments. Premier Estates West will feature 169 lots, part of a government initiative to expand home ownership opportunities for Bahamian families. The ministry emphasizes that all earliest subdivisions on this track remain secure and homeowners' titles are valid and protected. The Ministry of Housing says it will take all necessary steps to safeguard public lands and ensure that opportunities for Bahamians to own homes are preserved for the people and by the people. Well, this travel advisory from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs advises all Bahamian nationals traveling to or residing in the Middle East to exercise heightened caution due to ongoing regional tensions and the potential for rapid escalation. These developments may result in short-notice travel disruption, including flight delays, airspace restrictions, and changes to local security posture. Bahamian nationals are urged to remain vigilant, monitor official guidance, and review personal safety plans. The ministry strongly advises Bahamian nationals to avoid all travel to Israel, Palestine, and the Islamic Republic of Iran due to ongoing hostilities and the risk of further military escalation. Security conditions in these locations are volatile and unpredictable. While constructive and candid is how CARICOM leaders are describing their meeting with United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio this past Tuesday. From the official CARICOM statement, the talks focused on strengthening long-standing ties between the Caribbean and the United States, particularly in the areas of security, trade, and economic cooperation. Both sides agreed on the need for a modern cooperation framework suited to the 21st century. Proposed areas of collaboration include a structured migration program, enhanced security cooperation, trade and investment, disaster recovery, and technical assistance. The situation in Cuba was also addressed, with leaders acknowledging the growing humanitarian challenges and expressing a willingness to support efforts that benefit the Cuban people while maintaining regional stability. 24 Haitian nationals were convicted in the magistrate's courts for immigration offenses this past Thursday. On Friday, 4 men appeared before Magistrate Abigail Farrington and were convicted of overstaying. 3 were fined $3,000 each or in default 9 months at the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services. A 4th was fined $2,000 or 6 months. Earlier this week, 20 additional Haitian nationals appeared before the same court. 19 were convicted of overstaying and 1 of illegal landing. Fines range from $1,000 to $3,000 with custodial sentences between 3 and 9 months. All individuals were ordered to be handed over to immigration for deportation after payment of fines or completion of their sentences. Immigration department officials are reminding visitors that overstaying is an offense punishable by arrest, prosecution, and deportation. Well, coming up in the Bahamas tonight, the Weekend Edition, police ramping up efforts to tackle crime. That story and more when we come back.
At Little Caesars and good. Our popular Chicago-style pizza is back for a limited time only. Enjoy this delicious, thick, buttery crust pizza that's packed with layers of cheese, meats, and veggies for just $18. That inclusive. Now available at all 5 of our locations. Little Caesars, Oaksville, Carmichael Road, East Street, Pineapple Plaza, Charles Saunders Highway, and 1 East Plaza.
Pizza, pizza.
Oh, isn't that nice? Wait, you missed it? Ah, you haven't been on the website. Here's how TDC can help you. Whether you're turning your home into a vacation rental, pitching a business idea, or growing what you've already started, the TDC is here to help. Visit tdcbahamas.com for every conversation, event, grant, and opportunity happening near you. Tourism is all of our business, and the TDC is here to support yours.
Hi, I'm Brent Burrows, Vice President of Retail and Sales here at CBS Bahamas. When it comes to hardware or home improvement items, we guarantee the lowest prices. That's our price match guarantee. If you find anything we sell for a lower price anywhere in the Bahamas, let us know about it. We will beat that price. We want your business. Shop at CBS Bahamas or cbsbahamas.com.
Police hitting the streets to tackle rising crime. Senior officers walked through the communities of Masons Addition and Fox Hill, speaking directly with the residents about their concerns. Chief Superintendent of Police Davy Pratt says the response has been positive and more community visits are planned.
That walkabout was very receptive. They want to see more of that. They want us in the community. They want to talk to us, and they want to tell us what's happening in the communities. These walkabouts will not only stop here. We will be in another area probably tomorrow, maybe Carmichael Road or South Beach, and we want to hear the concerns from those people in different communities. Let them tell us what they want the police to do. We cannot do it alone. And the partnership with the various divisions and the communities and stuff will help us to go a long way in solving crime here in Nassau and in the Bahamas.
Chief Superintendent Davy Pratt says crime fighting is everyone's responsibility. It cannot rest solely on law enforcement. Even the smallest tip can make a big difference in ongoing investigations. He urges residents with information about recent crimes to contact their local police station or Crime Stoppers.
What do you have to say to the public? I just want to say to the public, crime is everybody's business. And in order for us to solve crime, it is a team effort. Fighting crime is a team effort. So if you have the information and you have it thrown under the closet, it's no use for the police. So if you have the information, tell us what's happening in your community. Today, I have along with me the officer who's in charge of armed robbery. You don't merely see these officers out. And they are out because they are concerned. They want to do a lot of stuff, and they want to help collaborate with the officers in uniform so that they can get the information that they need to help and solve their matters.
Nassau Village residents, families of slain victims, and community advocates joining forces to save lives through critical blood donations. Manager of the Nassau Village Community Center, Christoph Mitchell, says partnering with families of all murdered victims, led by community advocate Candy Gibson, was a natural step in meeting the rising need for the gift of life.
partnered with FOAM, Mrs. Candy Gibson. You know, she's a great community leader in the Nassau Village constituency, and this initiative is something that we thought would be needed. I've been in experiences, or family experiences as well, going to the hospital where we need blood on a regular occasion. You know, every day we see it floating through newspapers and across social media regards to persons needing blood. So when she came to me with the idea, I thought it best that we make it happen. And so I'm glad to have her here, and we're glad to be assisting in this initiative today.
Organizers say the urgent need for blood donations is what drives this initiative or effort. Director of FOAM, Families of All Murdered Victims, Candy Gibson urges residents to step forward and help save lives.
There's assistance for everybody who needs blood, whether it be the baby to the breast. You know, when mothers go in sometime for delivery to have their children, they need blood. Cancer victims need blood. Persons having surgery, stab victims, gunshot victims, you know, persons need blood. As you can see daily on Facebook, persons always disseminating flyers. Donate blood to this person, donate the blood to that person. So with that being said, it's very important for persons to come on down there and partnership with us and donate blood. One prick does the trick. Yes, I've been just yesterday alone, I saw like about 6 flyers on Facebook with persons needing blood. So right now, the need for blood is very, very prevalent in our country. And so persons not need to wait till their family member, they need blood to come on down. But make sure the PMH Blood Bank always has blood to give out.
The National Women's Symposium wrapped up today with a call for unity, access, and empowerment hosted by the Ministry of Social Services with key partners. Organizers say it's all about reminding women and girls across the Bahamas that support systems are here to help them thrive. Undersecretary in the Ministry of Social Services, Donette Williamson.
Well, it is important because we need the women and girls to know that there are systems out there that support them, their safety, their well-being, their mental health, and we are the body that work in alignment with NGOs and other professions around the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So we need them to know that we're here for you, your government supports you, we have the systems in place, and you know, it's also an opportunity for us to grow and for us to grow individually.
National Women's Advisory Council Chair Sophia Williams says this initiative isn't just for women. Men also play a critical role in the conversation.
We cannot do this without our men. We love our men. We need our men, and we want our men to be a part of the information that is being presented on the stage by all of the experts on mental health wellness. It's not limited to women. It's not even limited to children. It's also involves men who also face mental health challenges. We are talking about finances. Finances is not limited to the woman. We know, yes, most of the homes are headed by females, but there are other homes in our country that are headed by males. And so males also need to be educated on finances from birth to death.
Sports is up next.
This Sunday, March 1st, ZNS Network invites you to a live broadcast of Apostolic Explosion 2026 at the 77th General Convention of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos Islands Council of the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World. Join us from Transformation Ministries International beginning at 11 a.m. Experience powerful worship, preaching, and fellowship under the theme God Is. Apostolic Explosion 2026 in the Bahamas, live from Transformation Ministries International, Sunday, March 1st at 11 a.m. on the ZNS Network and streaming on our Facebook and YouTube platforms.
What does disability look like? In a busy airport terminal, at the check-in counter, at security checkpoints, or even in baggage claim? Passengers with hidden disabilities often go unnoticed. Globally, 1 in 7 persons have some form of a disability. 80% of those disabilities are non-visible. In an airport environment, workers are often unaware of hidden physical, mental, or neurological disabilities that some passengers live with. This can lead to frustration and a less than ideal travel experience. So, how do we make the invisible more visible? At LPIA, we've implemented the Sunflower Lanyard program. The lanyards are visual cues for airport workers to immediately identify passengers who might need additional assistance. NAD is teaming up with the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and key stakeholders at LPIA to launch the internationally recognized initiative. We're joining more than 180 airports and 26 countries already in the program. NAD is the first organization in the Bahamas to recognize the Sunflower Initiative. It's a way to show our continued commitment to making LPIA a safe, welcoming, and inclusive airport for all. Passengers needing to secure a free sunflower lanyard can email sunflower@nas.bs or call 1242-397-8600. For more information, visit www.nassauLPIA.com.
Welcome to your Saturday Sports. I'm Eugene Stewart. Well, it was an exciting and historic day for baseball here in the country as Nassau played host to the inaugural Atlantis College Baseball Series. The three-day event featuring Division I baseball teams, the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Indiana State Sycamores. Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis threw the ceremonial first pitch with a strike right down the middle. For Indiana State, they would draw first blood in this one, going up 1-0 to begin the first inning. But it would be Penn State rallying back to take the lead by a narrow 3-1. A quiet game for both teams throughout the second and third, but it would be the Sycamores getting the bats alive now to go up 4-3 in the top of the fourth. The Nittany Lions would manage to score 2 runs at the bottom of the ninth, but it would be no match for Indiana State as they would walk away victorious to end the night 8-5. College baseball continues all weekend long at the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. In tennis news, Team Bahamas wrapping up international competition this week in Guatemala at the Under-16 Junior Davis Cup and Billie Jean Cup pre-qualifiers, where the country's top young tennis players took on some of the region's strongest programs. The boys team finishing with a 1-4 record, picking up a hard-fought team victory during round-robin play, while also falling in tight contest against Barbados. On the girls' side, Team Bahamas fought through a challenging field, finishing 0-4 and gaining valuable experience against high-level opposition in the North, Central America, and Caribbean region. Each tie featured 2 single matches and a doubles match, with teams competing for a chance to advance to the final qualifier later this year. Despite the final results, the tournament providing an important development step for the Bahamas junior tennis program as the nation continues to build towards future international success. And in basketball news, the Bahamas senior men's national basketball team coming up with a hard-fought 99-96 win over Jamaica in Kingston for their FIBA World Cup 2027 America's qualifier. Franco Miller Jr. paced the Bahamas with 32 points, while Tavario Miller added 22. Coach Moses Johnson says the win is a step in the right direction.
Everybody that came off the bench in the fourth quarter contributed, and with 15 lead changes, the game could have gone either way. But the ball bounced our way, made a few turnovers down the stretch that cost us a bit, but we were able to pull it off, and that's what counts. So just want to thank God for the win, and now we'll build on this success as we move on to play Puerto Rico later on this week.
Basketball is like a game of runs, so we just trying to tell the guys stay in there and keep competing, and the game will take care of itself. Jamaica's a very good team. Kofi and Chase, they were creating a lot of problems for us in the first and second half, so we were just trying to limit them as much as we could, and we came out with the win, so that was pretty big. Continue being aggressive and trying to stack days and be consistent with the things that I do on a daily basis. I think, like Coach Moses said, controlling the controllables and not really worrying about external factors. So that's pretty much my mindset going into the next game.
Details of their matchup against Team Puerto Rico in tomorrow's Sportscast. And that's been your Saturday Sports. I'm Eugene Stewart. Enjoy your weekend.
Introducing the Focal Smart Pass app that helps you to fuel up faster. Here's how it works. Download the app on the App Store or get it on Google Play and create your profile with payment details. Visit your nearest Shell station. Open the app, scan the pump's QR code, select your payment amount, and begin fueling. Say goodbye to cash and cards because the Focal Smart Pass offers secure and convenient payment options right at your fingertips. Download Focal Smart Pass now and fuel up faster today.
At We Buying Sell, we help you upgrade your home the smart way, from solar panels and solar lights to strong doors, storm-ready windows, tiles, mirrors, vanities, faucets, and more. Everything you need is right here under one roof. Great quality products, great price, and fast, friendly service every day. Visit us on Robinson Road or send us a message on WhatsApp 242-636-8412 or shop anytime at wbusbahamas.com. We Buy You Sell. Upgrade your home today.
The Cabinet Office wishes to advise the general public that daylight savings time will commence on Sunday, the 8th of March at 2 a.m. and will continue until 2 a.m. on Sunday, the 1st of November, 2026.
Coming this fall, Royston Jones and Melina Leonard on the Bahamas Tonight Access Now. Weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Tune in and get your fill of community news. Family Island news, entertainment, and, well, sometimes slithering animals. That's the Bahamas Tonight Access Now. Weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
We are here in the time of need. There's no discrimination. The mission is to relieve the suffering. We volunteer, we deliver care. With donors and partners, we're always here to turn compassion into action. Protecting life and health with our training throughout the years. We empower to heal the world. There is hope, assistance with disasters. There is shelter and love for our people. We can work together to help those in need. So volunteer with us and donate to show you care. There is hope, assistance with disasters. There is shelter and love for our people. We can work together to help those in need. So volunteer with us and donate to show you care. Together, let's build a more resilient Bahamas. Community farming for food security. Climate programs suited for our island country. Together, let's build a more resilient Bahamas.
This message brought to you by the Bahamas Red Cross Society in conjunction with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
We lead off with this report. This one is a good one to lead off with for Sunday.
Your weekend news just got better. Exciting features, good vibes. It's all about the feeling.
Hey, I'm Raven, and your Sundays never felt so good. Tune into Northern Service Vibes, where culture meets conversation, every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. only on the ZNS Network.
In a time when leadership matters, when policies and priorities shape our communities, and when the Bahamas deserves clarity, not confusion, there's one place for real understanding. The Rundown, where Bahamian politics meets real life, where policies are examined and accountability is demanded, from Parliament to the people, from Nassau to the Family Islands. No noise, no spin, just facts, context, and honest conversation. Join me, Howard Grant, for The Rundown. Weekdays right here on ZNS Bahamas, where only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
Starting Monday, February 2nd.
Time now for a check on tonight's weather. Chief Meteorologist Basil Dean joins us. Good evening, Basil.
Good evening, Desmond. Outside of our studios, we have cloudy conditions with some light rain showers. Temperature at 78 degrees. The relative humidity 75%. Now, the winds there out of the south-southeast at 8 miles per hour. The barometric pressure 1,015.0 millibars. That's 29.97 inches. And your temperatures around the islands: Marshall, Abaco at 79, 76 in Green Key. Freeport, Grand Bahama, 76 degrees. The Berry Islands, Allenstown, Bimini, also at 76 degrees, 77 in Harbor Island. Roxanne, Lucha, 78. Allenstown, Cat Island at 80 degrees. Black Point, Exuma. Camp Space, St. Andros, reporting 77. We have 76 in Fresh Creek, Central Andros. Some 80s in Georgetown, Exuma, Rum Key, and also in San Salvador. Rygat Island, Cloudstown, Long Island, and Crooked Island at 79, 81 degrees, and Betsy Bay, Maguana, also Ackless at 81, Machitani, Nago as well, 81 degrees, and the Turks and Caicos Islands at 82 degrees. Your boating forecast tonight through tomorrow in the northwestern islands: we're going to have light and variable winds with flat seas. Low tide, that will take place at 11:38 tonight, with your high tide at 6:01 tomorrow morning. Now for the central and southeastern islands through tomorrow, east to southeast winds at 10 to 15 knots to the wave heights 2 to 4 feet. That's going to do it for your boating forecast. Our satellite picture showing a front boundary just around Lake Okeechobee, and that's moving towards the south and east, and will bring some showers overnight to the northwest Bahamas as it pushes through. And your forecast for the night is going to look like this: partly cloudy with a couple of showers developing as that frontal boundary gets a little closer. The low temperature tonight should dip to about 72 degrees, and then tomorrow we're looking at partly sunny skies, temperature 81 degrees, and your extended weather forecast, a lovely weather right into next week, but the winds will start picking up as of Monday, so we'll have breezy conditions which will continue for the greater part of next week. So boating is not going to be the best week for boating for you, but temperature-wise, at nighttime temperatures a bit on the mild side in the low 70s, and your daytime temperatures in the upper 70s to low 80s. Desmond.
Thanks, Basil. That ends the Bahamas Tonight, the weekend edition. Thank you for continuing to make ZNS your first choice for news and information, as only the sun covers the Bahamas better than ZNS. On behalf of the entire team, thanks for watching. Have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow night.
At the Lyndon Bindling International Airport, I'm Corvell Pyfrom. This is ZNS.
Brought to you by the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Culture. The 2026 Junior Junkanoo Grand Bahama Parade, coming to you live from Explorers Way, downtown Freeport. Feel the rhythm, see the colors, as our talented young Junkanooers bring the celebration to life.
Welcome to downtown Freeport, Grand Bahama, the venue for the 2026 Junior Junkanoo Parade here on Explorers Way. It is an evening to be really remembered. I'm your host, Ricardo Lightborn, and the opening ceremonies here underway, and it's going to be an interesting one as Mother Nature is beginning to do her thing. Before we say any more, let's take the opening ceremony for the national anthem and the remarks by the minister who is here for the opening of this year's Junkanoo Parade.
Steady sunward, though the weather hide the white at your shore. Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahama land. Till the road you've trod lead unto your God. March on, Bahama land.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. We will now have remarks by a permanent secretary, Mr. Montez Williams, who will then be followed by our Minister of Education, Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin, who will introduce our minister who will declare this parade officially open.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here in Freeport, Grand Bahama at this year's Junior Junkanoo Parade. And we are so proud to have with us Scotiabank as a partner with us for this particular parade, as they did in New Providence. So just before we have Minister Glennis Hannah-Martin, we're going to have remarks by Scotiabank. Right over there. Please come.
Miss Naima Baker.
Good night, everyone. It is such a privilege to be here to celebrate Junior Junkanoo with you, as we did in Nassau. On behalf of Scotiabank, we bring great remarks, warm remarks, and special appreciation to the teachers, parents, organizers of this beautiful event. We recently had an opportunity to attend Junior Junkanoo in Nassau, and it was an amazing display of creativity, discipline, hard work. And we see here today in Grand Bahama the same passion, the same excellence. And I encourage all of you students who are participating, you're not just entertaining us, you are inspiring us. You are carrying forward a legacy that's going to live beyond your days. So congratulations again. Scotiabank again is very honored. We will continue to invest in the youth of our country, and we will be here to cheer you on continuously.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So good to be in Grand Bahama, Freeport, Junior Junkanoo. Yeah. I just want to say a series of thank you. I want to thank Scotiabank for their sponsorship. I want to thank all of the teachers and parents and Junkanooers who assisted all of these schools who are participating today. Thank you, thank you. I want to thank the young people for getting in touch with this historic cultural activity which goes way deep back into our history and is so much a part of who we are. I want to thank the minister who has been overseeing, and his team that is here, who has been overseeing this festival for now several years, and the second year, the second time in this season. So without any further ado, I just want to say, young people, it's raining a little, but put your best foot forward. We can't wait to see you. And I want to introduce the minister, who will here now bring some brief remarks, I believe, brief.
Thank you, Minister. First of all, let me say again, thank you to Scotiabank for being our partner with us in this, making sure that these Junior Junkanoo parades go on. And then our special thanks to our #1 partner, which is Ministry of Education, to ensure that the schools participate, to ensure that we let our #1 culture being seen to the Bahamian people from the roots down to the sky. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a little bit of sprinkles. A little bit of sprinkles always means there's blessing before the parade begins. So without further ado, let the parade begin.
And with that said, let's get ready to rumble!
Well, there you have it, the official opening ceremonies here at the 2026 Junior Junkanoo Parade. And yes, Mother Nature has given us a cue to take a break. We're going to take a break, take care of some matters, cover some of our equipment before this cloud bursts here in downtown Freeport, Grand Bahama. We'll be back in just a moment.
This Sunday, March 1st, ZNS Network invites you to a live broadcast of Apostolic Explosion 2026 at the 77th General Convention of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos Islands Council of the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World. Join us from Transformation Ministries International beginning at 11 a.m. Experience powerful worship, preaching, and fellowship under the theme, God Is. Apostolic Explosion 2026 in the Bahamas, live from Transformation Ministries International, Sunday, March 1st at 11 a.m. on the ZNS Network and streaming on our Facebook and YouTube platforms.
The Cabinet Office wishes to advise the general public that daylight savings time will commence on Sunday, the 8th of March at 2 a.m. and will continue until 2 a.m. on Sunday, the 1st of November, 2026.
Learn how to take small things, brothers and sisters, and manage it until your promotion. You gotta learn how to manage your struggle. You gotta learn how to manage your disappointment. You gotta learn how to manage your frustration. Are you hearing me in the Holy Ghost? You gotta learn how to contain some stuff. You gotta manage your tongue.
Watch us this and every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on ZNS TV 13.
Hi, I'm Desmond Saunders. I want you to tune in to the new Weekend Edition, Saturdays and Sundays at 7 p.m., where we have a whole lot of new stuff for you. All right, so I'll give you a sneak preview. Boldly Bahamians, Sizzle Saturdays, Parliamentary Bench, just to name a few. So buckle up and get ready for the ride. Coming this fall, the new Weekend Edition. Stay close. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
What's trending in business? Who's making major money moves? And how's it shaping your future? This is Economics, your front row seat to the biggest stories in business, innovation, and finance. Powered by the Sand Dollar, the digital currency of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. It's fast, secure, Bahamian. We're breaking down the numbers, the news, and what it means to you. Tune in every Thursday at 6 p.m. for the trends, the insights, and the stories that matter. Get informed, get inspired, get in the mix with Economics.
Our mandate on the mission statement for the program is to develop community leaders and nation builders through the art of Junkanoo. The future belongs to them, so being able to instill the culture in young people and at the same time make them productive citizens of the society is basically what our program offers. We teach them from scratch, so how to pace, how to beat a drum, how to ring a cowbell, how to blow a horn, to get that good understanding of what the culture is like. The program is more than just Junkanoo itself, where we bring a group of teens to perform, but we also assist them with life lessons, find scholarship opportunities for them to go abroad and further their education. In this day and time, it's very hard for kids coming up, and so we try to find means within the Junkanoo arena, but at the same time use just Junkanoo as the outlet to make them better at life. Crime-free? Looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
I don't know, but there's all kind of cars in the parking lot. You don't even know where to park. Yeah, just don't park in the... Look at this way. Like, you ain't get nowhere to go. Don't park. Just don't park in the gas spot. Yeah, that's on the gas spot. No, you can't park in the gas spot. I ain't gonna be that long. I ain't gonna be that long. On the gas spot, boy, what's going on, dog? I tell you we shouldn't park here now. This way parking, brothers. I tell you we shouldn't park here. Don't get one of these things. My bad, big bro, and he got a sticker inside to say this mother. We gotta move. This is a honey gas spot. That's what we gotta move. But we gotta move. We can move right now. Sorry.
Be considerate. Don't use disabled parking spaces without a decal in your vehicle. This message is brought to you by the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities.
The thought of colon cancer never really crossed my mind until 2019, when a very good friend of mine was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. I was shocked. Everybody was shocked because he was a picture of perfect health. He was young, athletic, successful, and full of life. Many of us are still in disbelief. I started to question my own health because if it happened to him, surely it could happen to me. Then came the fear, the anxiety, and everything else in between. Facing your own mortality is very sobering. But for me, I decided right then to have a colonoscopy, and I'm glad I did.
Colon cancer is the third most common cancer diagnosed in Bahamian men and women. Fortunately, almost all colon cancers are preventable. A colonoscopy or some other appropriate form of colon cancer screening is recommended for everyone over the age of 45. During a colonoscopy, we can detect and remove colon polyps that may grow and later become colon cancers. Don't wait until you develop symptoms, such as blood in your stool, abdominal pain, a significant change in your bowel habits, or unintentional weight loss. These may all be indications of a severe problem that requires immediate attention. If you're over the age of 45 or have any of those symptoms, talk to your doctor about the benefits of colon cancer screening today.
Strong family bonds provide a crucial support system, often filling the gaps that might otherwise lead to reliance on social assistance.
If we get the family structure support system right, you won't see adult children willingly putting their parents in senior citizens' homes. You won't see anyone putting children up for adoption. We should be the safety net for when the family begins to have some challenges.
Addressing the root causes of dependency is essential, as our goal is to shift the focus from merely providing aid to fostering self-reliance.
We must be prepared to move persons from dependency to self-sufficiency to economic empowerment. And I'm asking the public to join us on this journey.
This has been the Heartbeat Brief, an inside look at the Ministry of Social Services, Information and Broadcasting.
I put my foolish pride aside in acknowledgement of your goodness. Everything is the Lord's in the earth in its fullness. It's M-A-D-I-O Mario, and I'm inviting you to tune into Entertainment Fridays on the Bahamas tonight. Access now at 7:30 p.m. You miss it, you diss it. To fall, but was caught before I fell. Was so hard-headed, too stubborn to ask for help.
That's Bahamas Tonight. Access now, weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better. Coming this fall, Royston Jones and Melina Leonard on the Bahamas Tonight. Access now. Weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Tune in and get your fill of community news. Family Island news, entertainment, and, well, sometimes slithering animals. That's the Bahamas Tonight. Access now. Weekdays, 7:30 p.m. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
What does disability look like? In a busy airport terminal, at the check-in counter, at security checkpoints, or even in baggage claim? Passengers with hidden disabilities often go unnoticed. Globally, 1 in 7 persons have some form of a disability. 80% of those disabilities are non-visible. In an airport environment, workers are often unaware of hidden physical, mental, or neurological disabilities that some passengers live with. This can lead to frustration and a less than ideal travel experience. So, how do we make the invisible more visible? At LPIA, we've implemented the Sunflower Lanyard program. The lanyards are visual cues for airport workers to immediately identify passengers who might need additional assistance. NAD is teaming up with the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and key stakeholders at LPIA to launch the internationally recognized initiative. We're joining more than 180 airports and 26 countries already in the program. NAD is the first organization in the Bahamas to recognize the Sunflower Initiative. It's a way to show our continued commitment to making LPIA a safe, welcoming, and inclusive airport for all. Passengers needing to secure a free Sunflower lanyard can email sunflower@nas.bs or call 1242-397-8600. For more information, visit www.nassauLPIA.com.
Trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty. That's just nasty. When you dated over Bahamas, boy, you know that ain't right. That's just nasty, oh, that ain't nice. Tired all the trash, empty bottles and letters. We got to clean up our nation, we got to do much better. Throwing trash out your window, throwing trash out your car. Hold on to that trash, I'm sure a garbage can ain't far. I know it ain't easy, but we all must pitch in. Keep the nation clean, that way we all win. 1 and 1 is 2, 2 is 4. Working all together, we can do so much more. So when you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, that's just nasty. When you dirty the Bahamas, boy, you know that ain't right. That's just nasty, oh, that ain't nice. No! Man, that's nasty, man. Keep the Bahamas clean, right? Come on! Man, how we gonna look? Nastiness! Come on! Big August Monday, family party on the beach. When the party over, that's the time you teach. Teach them to pick up the garbage plate and boil off the sand. Take it to the trash and throw it in the garbage can. We got to do it, it's up to me and you. And if we don't do it, tell me who is going to. This is our Bahamas, this is our land. So we got to clean it and you got to understand that when you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, that's just nasty. When you leave trash on the beach, then you should pay a price. That's just nasty, no, that ain't nice. When you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, yeah, that's nasty. When you dirty the Bahamas, boy, you know that ain't right. That's just nasty, no, that ain't nice. Come on! Nasty. You can't be doing the Bahamas like that, man. Keep it clean. Pick up the trash behind yourself. What your mom teach you? We are ambassadors of our Bahama land. So we got to clean it up and make it stick and span. God gave us these islands, a string of precious gems. Let's do it for our kids, let's keep it clean for them. So when you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, boy, that's nasty. You leave trash on the beach, then you should pay a price. That's just nasty, but that ain't nice. When you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, man, that's nasty. When you dirty the Bahamas, boy, you know that ain't right. That's just nasty, oh, that ain't nice. What? You throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, but that's nasty. When you leave trash on the beach, then you should pay a price. That's just nasty, oh, that ain't nice. I said, you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty. What is that just nasty? Say, when you dirty the Bahamas, boy, you know that ain't right. That's just nasty, oh, that ain't nice. Say, you throw trash on the street, you throw trash out your car. That's just nasty, that's just nasty. You leave trash on the beach, then you should pay a price. That's just nasty, but that ain't nice. That's nasty!
sweet. I'm king of the hill, now that you calling me daddy. Your baby, daddy. Tell me what you want, 'cause I got what you need. I know it's just a gun. Yeah, like that fantasies, yeah. In my size, thick ties, pretty eyes, no lie. I wanna wet it up, bring it up, and whip it like a ride. So you come over, let me push this loving up in you. Come over, let me stick this funky back on you. Come over, let me feel it on my big bamboo. Come over, lover. Give me that ay, 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 yeah. Give me that ay, 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 yeah. Ay, 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 yeah. Come over, lover. Golo, golo, oh, oh, golo, oh, baby, oh. Golo, golo, oh, oh, golo, oh, baby, oh. Come over, let me push this loving up to you. Come over, let me stick this funky back on you. Come over, let me feel it on my big bamboo. Come over, yeah. Come over, lover. Ay, 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 yeah. Ay, 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 yeah. Ay, 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 yeah. Come over, lover.
This one for all my hard-working men out there, trying to make life a little easier for some women, like me. Eh. Oh, yeah. Jubile, 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 eh, 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 eh. Oh, yeah. Yes. Listen, some women believe they have the best of things. That's right. If they have a man to buy them expensive rings. Well, if that's true, I don't understand why some of the same women sharing the same rich man. They think a man with money got pedigree. Boy, they wrong, eh? Well, if that's true, then darling, it's more for me. More for me. See, I know better than the rest. A hard-working man at home is the best. Yes. See, any time of day, just give me a hard worker. A man who don't wear name brand, but doing the best he can. All I want to say, just give me a hard worker. A man who is sure to do the best for me. He could be a policeman, he could be a fisherman, he could be a plumber. That's all that I want. He could be a preacher, he could be a teacher. Once he working hard to do the best for me. Eh, can't take no soft work, you know. Ah, yeah, need a hard work. Jubile, that's the man I want. You hear what I say? Hey, yeah, give me the ah, yeah. Hear me. Some women love a man with a fancy car. Chauffeur them around the town like a movie star. Well, one thing that them women should know, a man like that only a puppy show. Playing the bank for that guy, you know. See, hard-working man, no good woman, true value. There's nothing that you ask that he wouldn't do, baby. So Santa, under my Christmas tree, send a good worker man to work it right for me. See, any time of day, just give me a hard worker. A man who don't wear name brand, but doing the best he can. All I want to say, just give me a hard worker. A man who is sure to do the best for me. He could be a taxi driver, he could be a TC diver, a bush mechanic. That is what I want. He could be a garbage man, he could be a mason. What I'm working hard.
what I want. He could be a painter, he could be a waiter. Once he working hard to do the best for me. Hey, all my worker man, work it, now work it. Now let me see you work it up. Now work it, now work it. Now let me see you work it, work it. Let me see you work it, work it, work it. Let me see you work it, work it, work it. Let me see you work it, work it, work. Now let me see you work it up, work it up, work it up. Now work it, work, work it, work. Now let me see you work it.
Ah, yeah. Oh, we're doing the sculling now. Breaking it straight, boys. Get on the back of the truck. Grab the guitar. Pick up the drum. Do some sculling. Break it straight. Break it. Break it straight, boys. Let's go. Oh, wake up early in the morning. We jump on the back of the truck. Me, Terry, and Rico, them. All of we just wake up. Let's go, Terry. Breaking and scraping down the island, going from house to house. We flatten the pole, the jump on the boy, the chicken's house. We waking up, we straight here. We waking up, we straight here. We waking up, we straight here. Oh, we waking up, we straight here. Let's go. Oh, yeah. We playing domino downtown at Freeport bus stop. We also playing Nassau at Fortescue. McKinsey, Double Six, Bartlett, Young Six Star. Now don't show. Waking straight, love one road. Down at John Bar. Hey, we waking up, we straight here. Oh, we waking up, we straight here. Hey, we waking up, we straight here. Man, we sculling and we shaking. Hey, blue break. From Freeport to Annapolis, off to San Salvador, the people them calling and asking us for more. Homecoming, we got the time, they party through the night. We're waking straight live on, they play till morning light. Hey, we waking up, we crazy. Hey, we waking up, we crazy. Rock this ball, boy. Oh, we waking up, we crazy. Hey, we waking up, we crazy. Let's go. Get up and start shaking. Man, watch to the music we making. Throw your hands up high in the air and strut like the death don't care. If you like the body with breaking straight, somebody say, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Waking up, we straight here. Oh, we waking up, we straight here. Yeah, we waking up, we straight here. Man, we shaking up, we shaking. Oh, back to back, belly to belly, counting and no man. Waking straight, going so far, we be sculling on the moon. C-R-B-K-B, ancient spice and Gino. Let's go, Gino. Red, Elon, Iron, Dylan, Ronnie, Bumpy. Yeah, we waking up, we straight here. Oh, we waking up, we straight here. Yeah, we waking up, we straight here. Oh, we waking up, we straight here. Yeah, we waking up, we straight here. Oh, yeah, we waking up, we straight here. Yeah, we waking up, we straight here. Oh, we waking up, we straight here. Come on, strike it straight. At the Gaza, down at the Gaza, big thing. Oh, we waking up. Oh, Gaza. Hey. Oh, yeah. Burrito. Hey. Down at the Gaza, Raking Street. Oh, we waking up.
Listen here, culture is who we are, culture is what we do every day of our lives. Culture is me and culture is you.
Just like when June fall in the ant spot. I wanna see you shaking and jumping like that. Come on! Yes! Culture! Give me, check it out. When Rick's girl hit me, man, I feel it in my bones. So much love for the culture. Oh, I just can't leave it alone. Gonna take a trip to an old island. Gonna jump aboard Bahamas there. Grab my drum and I'll grab my saw. Can't miss no festival this year. No! Some say it's magical, some say it's musical. Come get your belly full of Bahamian culture. Some get emotional, some take it personal. Get all hysterical for Bahamian culture. What? Boy, listen here. I ain't missing no regard either, but what? Yes! Culture, man! Bahamian thing! Let's go! Check this! When last you shooting marbles, make a kite flip and flop. Check! When last you swim in the blue hole, when last you try spinning top. Listen! When last you eat some benny cake, when last you had a piece of tart, when last you mix a caddis with chalk, or break bread out in the yard. It's so original, it's so erotical, and it's so natural. This Bahamian culture, it's not just seasonal, not only a ritual, but it's so visual. This Bahamian culture, some say it's jovial, they get devotional, they take it personal. This Bahamian culture, they get all physical, they start to act comical, more fun than a funeral. This Bahamian culture, yes, culture. Give me grip. Come on. Dig it. Come on. Check this. When last you drink some strong back or a cup of belly tea. When last you had some Bajorina. When last you drink some Cersei. We've got to pass it to our children. Hurry quick before it's gone. We owe it to our forefathers. Oh, that our culture carries on. See, some say it's mystical, it's all phenomenal. People come from all about for Bahamian culture. Some say it's spiritual, they make a spectacle. Let's have more festivals for Bahamian culture. Some say it's magical, some say it's musical. Come get a belly full of Bahamian culture. Some get emotional, some take it personal. Get all hysterical for Bahamian culture. Listen, this thing is even educational. Man, metaphysical. Serious? Let's go. Check it out. Listen. Just like Rick and Squibb, you start to jump and shake. You start to gyrate. That's Bahamian culture. Come dance the Junkanoo. Hold tight and jump up too. Everybody rushing through. That's Bahamian culture. Let's do the gombe. Happy people jump and play. In the islands on all day. That's Bahamian culture. It's so original.
Money, baby. Things up. You heard what I said? I ain't cheap. I'm on a budget. Ah, yeah. I tell you. I pay my bills on a need-to-pay basis, except in emergency or special cases. And only they never pay complete. I pay them piece. Pay some now, pay some later, pay some next week. I can't afford to pay in one big lump sum. There's only one will be paid and the money's done. My bills are never paid up, but always paid on. Hopefully, eventually, the balance will be gone. 'Cause I'm on a budget, a financial goal slow. Counting all my pennies and watching my cash flow. I'm on a budget, my money's limited. Watching every cent I spend, I'm on a budget. When I go shopping, I don't waste no time. 'Cause I'm on the 10 items or less line. The base and I paid by candlelight. I'm watching my cash flow. I'm on a budget, my money's limited. Watching every cent I spend, I'm on a budget. I know how to spend my money. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Money, baby. Papers. Ka-ching. I ain't cheap. I'm on a budget. You may think I'm stingy, you may think I cheat, but I only sow what I can reap. To live my life peaceful and debt-free. Hang my basket only where I can reach. So when I spend my money wise. I watch every dollar I economize. You can laugh at me, take me for a joke, but at the end of the day I ain't gonna be broke. 'Cause I'm on a budget, a financial goes slow, counting all my pennies and watching my cash flow. I'm on a budget, my money's limited. Watching every cent I spend, I'm on a budget. Now I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Money then spend before you get paid. You know what I'm talking about, right? Go to ATM machine, you know you ain't got no money in the bank. Come on. Go cash this. If you spend right. If you spend right. If you spend right. Oh, money will be in the bank. If you spend right. If you spend right. If you spend right. Oh, money will be in the bank. Yes, I go out and have myself a ball. I spend $20. That is all. I know when to hold up. I know when to quit. That's when I go ballin'. I fall on a budget. No, I ain't no miser. I just won't get by to make sure my well-income never runs dry. 'Cause I know money don't grow on trees. So I live my life on a budget luxury. 'Cause I'm on a budget, a financial goes slow, counting all my pennies and watching my cash flow. I'm on a budget, my money's limited. Watching every cent I spend, I'm on a budget. I know I'm on a budget, a financial goes slow, counting all my pennies and watching my cash flow. I'm on a budget, my money's limited. Watching every cent I spend, I'm on a budget. I know I'm on a budget, a financial goes slow, counting all my pennies
I want you to feel it. Bring the thing now. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Turn it up now. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Bring that now. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Bounce off the wall. Get out the reggae and the dance hall. Break and scrape. Give me Junkanoo. Party people, this one is just for you. I want you to feel that rhythm. Bounce off the wall. Get out the reggae and the dance hall. Break and scrape. Give me Junkanoo. Party people, this one is just for you. I can roll when I walk and roll. The music come take over me. Junkanoo vet when you see me sweat. I don't care who said this to me. Hey! Tell the DJ turn up the bass. Me and my girls gonna wind up away. Rum bum bum on the goats can drop this time for us to have fun. Bring the rhythm now. Blow the horns to me. Turn up the lights to me. Hands in the air, give me the rhythm. Bring the cowbells to me. Hands in the air to me. Like we don't care. Blaze up the rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm. How winding on time, bass beat is mine. You say we rushing down the road. This second year carnival is here. We taking this party into beast mode. So tell the DJ turn up the bass. Me and my girls gonna mash up the place. Rum bum come on, the goats can drum this time for us to have fun. On the front line to me, boy lick the drums to me. Hands in the air, give me the rhythm. Come blow you whistle for me. All through the night to me. Hands in the air, blaze up the rhythm. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm, bounce off the wall. Feel that rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Feel that rhythm, feel that one is just for you.
Alrighty then. Spice Girl is ready to get off. Oh yeah. Friday evening, 5 o'clock, it's time for me to get up. Oh. Jump in my car, go home and change my clothes. Oh yeah. Get on the phone, call my girls and say let's go. It's another Friday evening and I can't wait to party. Just to see me whining, whining like I'm crazy. It's the weekend, I got to party. Don't think I'm mad, don't think I'm nasty. It's the weekend, I got to party. If you see me whining, if you see me jumping, if you see me shaking, if you see me waving, if you see me whining, whining like I'm crazy, yeah. It's the weekend, I got to party. Don't think I'm mad, don't think I'm nasty. It's the weekend, I got to party. I got to party, I got to party, I got to party, I got to party. It's the weekend, baby. Party, party. I wanna dance. I need a man to wind up on. Yes, Junkanoo is playing. I'll be there till the break of dawn. Oh yeah. No time to sleep, baby. There's no time to yawn. Baby, please close your mouth. It's another Friday evening and I'm here to party. If you see me whining, whining like I'm crazy. It's the weekend, I got to party. Don't think I'm mad, don't think I'm nasty, yeah. It's the weekend, I got to party. If you see me whining, if you see me jumping, if you see me shaking, if you see me waving, if you see me whining, whining like I'm crazy. It's the weekend, I got to party. Don't think I'm mad, don't think I'm nasty, yeah. It's the weekend, I got to party. I got to party, I got to party, I got to party. Spice moving through. Party. Hey, come on. It's the weekend, baby. Oh yeah. All week long, my job cost me so much stress. Oh yeah. That's why I'm out here in my sexy dress. Ha, watch me. So come on, boy, 'cause this ain't no time to rest. No, boy. It's another Friday and I just can't wait to party. If you see me whining, whining like I'm crazy. It's the weekend, I got to party. Don't think I'm mad, don't think I'm nasty, hey. It's the weekend, I got to party. I got to party, I got to party, I got to party, I got to party. See one over there, right there. There's another one, right there. In your hair, right there. So kill it, kill it, kill it down. Come on, everybody.
it's real crazy, man. I was sitting down in a team meeting at about 11:30, and I swear to you, we were just talking about where I wanted to be in the next 6 months, next year, what the plans were for Julian Believe, and the future, where I saw myself. And kid you not, I checked my email, and there was this message from, this guy named Mike and Donna, and they were saying how they was a part of the whole Miss World organization. And honestly, I thought it was a joke. I was like, Ashton Kutcher, come out, because this can't be for
and
real.
Miss Bahamas comes on and does the Caribbean slide in her costume. And we were like, oh, that's such a great track. It would be great. And John was like, oh, it'd be amazing if we could get that track for the show. So that's how it all started.
Can you imagine getting up one morning and seeing that email? You'd be like...
Yeah. Scrolled up, and I saw Miss Chantel O'Brien, the Miss Bahamas. I was like, this is crazy. So I automatically give it to my team members, and I was like, yo, y'all check this out. Tell me what you think. And at that moment, we knew we were going to Miss World.
I wanna live and wine. Jumpstart the party 'cause I'm feeling right. If everybody throw your hands up high.
2.5 days to get a chance, so I at least wanted to see what the people have do, make sure I'm behaving here. Printers all over the place. But it's cool. We just rock over here. So rehearsals off the chain. Just watch, go see it. So you don't like it. Right, looking forward to the world.
I know why you came to this place. You're breathing, so celebrate. You might as well demonstrate. If you're screaming out, stop, I say. Hear them say, my boule. Dance them cares away. Jumpstart the party 'cause I'm feeling right. If everybody throw your hands up high. No need to worry, gonna lose your mind. Dance with somebody, just call me on my cell phone. Anytime you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Anytime you need my love. And I like it enough. Hey, that thing only me one day. Oh my God.
Being able to walk around this place and the love is so strong. Everybody is like singing Julian Believe, Caribbean Slide, move to the left, move to the right. That feeling itself is like, you cannot even buy that. You can't even buy this opportunity. So to be blessed and to have the universe, send this amazing opportunity my way just means so much to me. It's surreal. Like, I'm here, but I'm not really here, we did it. That's how I feel like, if you really work hard and you believe in yourself, things can happen. And it doesn't matter what it is or what you do. If you have that confidence in something that you can't see that, hey, this is gonna come to pass no matter how long it takes, it's gonna happen. Just gotta put those 10,000 hours in.
Well, as much as you have practiced and done this over and over, done the Caribbean slide over and over, it is always good to be mentally and physically prepared. So I like the fact that you've been spending a bit of solitude on your own to focus on what you need to do. All eyes are going to be on you, not just on the contestants. You are the opening number, and you will set the mood and the tone for what is to come throughout the show. So your music will be the upbeat and up-tempo of how the mood will flow from there.
It's a gift that you can't buy. It's a gift from the universe. It's a gift from God that you cannot buy this. You can have a bunch of contacts and still don't get this. For me to be a stranger in a country on the other side of the world, 21 miles long, 7 miles wide, and be good enough to be here, is humbling for me. The only thing I can do is get down on my knees and pray. I mean, you work so hard. Like, it is so difficult as a musician, as an artist, especially growing up in the Bahamas, to make it successful, to make it internationally, and to be able to garner that kind of support and attention that you need to be a star. So for me, I felt like this was bigger than me. It wasn't even about me. I felt grateful, like my country, surprisingly. I felt like, yo, we as a country have a shot at the world seeing us. And When you know that you have access to 1 billion people at one time, one platform, I think this was Bahamian history for me. You know, this was Caribbean history. You know, and I just was proud about that. I just felt great.
All my sexy ladies, honey to the movie, yeah. All of my fellas, show them you can use it. Everybody to the left, move to the right. Everybody to the left, move to the left, move to the right, move to the left, move to the right. Jump up, jump up, move to the left. Jump up and right now. Why now? Why now? Hey, hey, jump up and right now. Move to the left, move to the right, move to the right, move to the left. Caribbean slide all day now.
Yeah, y'all, we just finished tearing up the stage, right? It felt so good to be received by those folks out there and to the millions of viewers at home, billions of viewers at home. It feels so good to represent the 240 right now. That's a dream come true. A very big stage. Over 200 girls performing the Caribbean slide with me. This is it. This is the beginning, Bahamas. This is our moment. This is our time. It feels so good. Feel good to make my parents proud. Feel good to be able to make the country proud. And I just want to shout out everybody right now who've been behind this movement from day one. This is our time, Bahamas, Miss World 2015 and beyond. We're getting ready to head there. We're taking this to the world. Get ready.
The year was 1969, when 3 friends, William Robbins, Robert Blum, and Thomas Evans, who were members of the Lyford Key Club, embarked on a journey of philanthropy that would help shape the lives of Bahamians for decades to come. Their original mission was to provide grants to local charities, and this mission was expanded to offer scholarship programs that would change the lives of countless Bahamians. Together, the Lyford Key Foundations envisioned a Bahamas where every Bahamian would be empowered to reach his or her full potential.
I think through life, we have been afforded people who come into our lives to help us and to assist us, and I like to call them destiny helpers. And I consider the Lyford Key Foundation to be a destiny helper.
Dream, fly, succeed. We are Lyford Key Foundations, and this is our journey. On this journey, we will share our story
and the stories of scholars who represent thousands of Bahamians who belong to our Lyford Key Scholar family,
and continue to build a better Bahamas.
When I first learned that I was a recipient of the Lyford Key Foundation Scholarship, I cried. I felt like everything came together at that moment.
I don't know if there are any words to describe how I felt, because I honestly did not think that I was going to win the award.
It was just a huge sense of relief and excitement knowing that I would be able to pursue my education abroad.
I think the saying goes, 3rd time's a charm, because it was my 3rd time applying to be a Lyford Key Scholar, and
I remembered winning a Lyford Key Scholarship like it was yesterday, but for me that happened in 1996. So I think I'm losing track of time. But I remember the joy that I felt when that happened.
Proud, honored, excited,
a little afraid.
Honored to be able to get that award and for what it meant in terms of my education was a really great feeling.
I was just overly excited because I was like, is this really happening? The Life for Key award is so prestigious.
It was the opportunity to live out a passion, to find a purpose, and obviously to come back to the Bahamas and help to try to pioneer an industry that was desperately needed here.
That scholarship set me off on a journey that would change the course of my life.
I don't think I'd be doing what I'm doing now if that didn't come through for me.
So Life for Key Foundations as an organization really just symbolizes the concept of philanthropy in the Bahamas for me. A group of people at a leadership level decided to make really major investments in this country that started with things like, yes, funding Bahamians to go abroad to school, but also a multi-million-dollar investment in UB for their library, looking at projects more recently like Hurricane Dorian and food relief for COVID. You know, these are transformational investments in the country.
Very many highlights, very, very, very many. Being a cultural ambassador for the Bahamas, definitely, and the closest thing to my heart is being a teacher.
It allowed the small light that would have been a part of my life to hopefully shine for other persons. So right now, we have over 60 employees across 3 offices, the US, here, and in Turks and Caicos. So I think just the opportunity to open doors as the first Bahamian coastal engineer in a time where climate change, sea level rise, intensifying hurricanes is just more relevant than ever. I think it was an opportunity for us to start to point the light on something that is probably the biggest single issue of our generation.
So I've been throughout the world, from Vancouver to Jamaica to Glasgow, Scotland, trained in Strasbourg, France, Hamburg, Germany. It's a great blessing, which was started with receiving the first scholarship with Life for Key Foundation.
Piano is my #1 instrument, but strings is my #2. And I think the highlight for me as a performer was playing on the Chicago Symphony Orchestra Hall stage, playing Tchaikovsky's Serenade for Strings. And for me, playing violin in the same hall as the Chicago Symphony was, for me, the greatest highlight from those 3 years that the Life at Key Harry Seymour Scholarship afforded me.
So I had the unique opportunity to work for the Bellagio Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. It instilled a degree of service excellence that I really wanted to bring home with me and contribute to our industry, because tourism and hospitality is our #1 industry. It's our economic engine. Island Destination Services is an award-winning destination management and special events company. I wanted our company to be the fuel that helped other businesses grow. I knew that my global network and experience could help take Bahamian businesses to the next level.
So, you know, at actually a pretty early point in my career, I had this amazing opportunity to become the COO for an international financial services firm in the Bahamas, and I was under 30 at the time. It's been an absolutely great part of my career. You know, while my passion has been financial services for a long time, I always kind of had this interest about coffee and tea, and I would always joke that, you know, I would take a hiatus one day and do something in this world. And so I've started this small business. For me, it's just about kind of getting the word out there about, you know, how good coffee, fresh coffee and tea can be and how easy it can be to make. The whole idea is to, you know, have a delivery service where I can get it to people's homes, make it easy for them, and, you know, kind of help to grow the coffee scene in the Bahamas.
One of the most memorable community service initiatives that we facilitated with a corporate client was our donation to the Bahamas Red Cross of 3,000 hurricane disaster preparedness kits. In just 6 minutes, we had 600 visitors package 3,000 hurricane disaster preparedness kits. That experience combined the joy of travel with the joy of community service. And for me, nothing felt better. And this is something that the Life for Key Foundations have done for decades.
With COVID came, and through our coaches' guidance, the pivots to get us involved in other things, really, to keep our team busy. And so we've had several of them. Such pivot we did was into Eden Farms, which is a hydroponic containerized farming startup. This was just the perfect timing as we talk about food security, climate-controlled, organic, pesticide-free growth. And so we have one of the farms here, and we have expansion that's currently underway. to be able to provide healthy, fresh, locally grown produce that couldn't grow in our climate before.
I think I struggled for a while to sort of figure out how art could contribute to the community the way that medicine could. And obviously, you can't compare the two, but this is definitely the type of impact that I wanted to have and what I wanted to bring to this country. So community projects where I'm able to engage children or different community members to help me execute the murals.
I was really fortunate to have that opportunity after university to work abroad, but then more importantly to be able to bring that experience back to the Bahamas, and that was something that was really important to me. So I knew that I wanted to have the exposure of working in some of the larger markets in New York and in London, but my heart was always in the Bahamas, and I wanted to come back and kind of be able to give back from that perspective.
My reach is definitely the children, the next generation. Sending the message of culture and the importance of culture of this country to the next generation, because even now in this pandemic, coming out of this, culture is what's gonna make our country shine.
I have a youth group called Grace Generation where I work with young people through music and singing, vocal training. I'm also working on projects on the side where I'm teaching acting. I'm also working on helping to produce shows that will begin to give platform and space.
I am in the very fortunate position, since I have returned home from university, that my work, my profession, is how I'm able to achieve meaning and a sense of giving back to the community. So I'm just incredibly lucky. We get to do work that is meaningful to us, and it is how we make our living. It's, we get up every day and know that our purpose in going to work is to try and make a difference in somebody else's life, and that's just a very rewarding experience that we're fortunate to have.
One of the challenges for me as a classical musician is, how do I take what I do, which may seem very highbrow, and really make it relatable to the next generation? 5 years ago now, I decided that I would come up with this concept called Adventures in the Arts. Adventures in the Arts is an edutainment series concept, so a combination of entertainment and education and putting it together and creating an experience like none other, where I combine not just piano playing, but all of the performing arts with visual arts, with history, with culture, with politics, all of these areas. And we've reached over 1,000 students in our public and private schools during those years.
Well, the biggest thing that I'm trying to concentrate on is prostate cancer. Prostate cancer is killing too many of our Bahamian men, even at a relatively young age, in their early 50s. Needlessly, prostate cancer is probably the easiest cancer to pick up and to cure. I'm confident in saying that I am improving the community in terms of health on a daily basis. So because of that, Life at Key Foundation has a very important role in me being able to provide that.
Chase your dreams. And I say that not in a cliche way. I mean, find something that you're passionate about, something you enjoy. Growing up, I enjoyed going to the beach. It's a very simple thing. And you mightn't think that there could be a career in that. But the opportunity to be able to make beaches is something that, until I was 20, I didn't even know existed. And if it wasn't for Life at Key to have gotten me into the environment, into the studies, to even be able to open my mind to what that was, then I wouldn't have been here today.
In terms of the scholars or future scholars or present scholars, I think it's very important that we decide to, once we do achieve our education, that we come back home. There's so many of us, we never speak about it, the brain drain, where there's so many academically gifted and skilled persons that never return home. So it's not always an easy journey to return home, but I think that as Bahamians, and I think I'm a nationalist, and I want to, even though it might be more difficult for me to have returned home, I'm glad that I started on that role. So yes, please come home.
There really are unlimited possibilities of opportunity. But when you grow in a small island, your world is pretty small. And I think as the doors open for you, you realize that there is a lot bigger world out there. And with that process comes the opportunity to allow others to move along with you and move beyond you one day.
I want to say to other scholars that we have been given a great gift, but to whom much is given, much is expected. And we have a responsibility to continue the culture that Life at Key Foundation has started, which is to continue to give.
You know, I've said many times that working for Life at Key Foundations in this past decade as a member of this team is my proudest professional accomplishment, and remain extremely proud and honored to have been a part of the work that we do.
I think it's fantastic that it's been going so strong for 50 years, and I hope to see that continue, you know, for many years to come, and I'm sure it absolutely will. And I think we all have to continue to support the foundation and the educational framework in the Bahamas to really help us to continue to grow the Bahamas in many facets and give back to the younger people in our community.
I guess I'd like to say to donors and board colleagues, obviously, how grateful we are for what they've done over 50 years in seeing the Bahamas as important enough to make this type of investment.
Life at Key Foundation, to me, was a platform and a gift.
They are always the people behind the people. And I feel like they are the driving force that helps so many people to succeed in our country.
We have to be true to who it is that we are. And Life at Key gave me a chance all the way back then, and I ran with that. My thing is, it doesn't matter where you are, what your background is. Once you're given a chance, just run with it. Just take it as far as you possibly can go with it.
Getting that scholarship and putting myself through school with the help of the Life at Key Foundation made me feel like I could do anything, you know? Anything was possible after that.
Hope. Hope.
Life at Key Foundations continues to shape the future of the Bahamas through consistent investments in scholarship and grant programs designed to uplift and strengthen our nation. Moving Bahamians forward, upward, onward, together. March on, Bahama land.
Not far from the hustle and bustle of Florida and the crowded streets and hotels of Nassau, there is a whole new world. A world of unexplored wilderness, of unique and wondrous marine life, of white clay beaches, blue holes, brilliant pink flamingos, and iguanas so unique they live only here, and of nature as it once was. That world is the west side of Andros Island.
Andros is
47% of the entire Bahamas landmass, and about 80% of all its natural resources is here on this 2,300 square miles of diverse terrain and estuaries. And the west side of Andros is sacred, and it's one of the last truly intact prehistoric earth formations that is left on the planet. And being a country that's involved in tourism as being one of its major industries, it is a national treasure for the tourism industry and for our country, and we should protect it, we shouldn't build on it, and we should use it as a tourism attraction that will be sustainable for people to go there and understand the beauty of nature, and also to give them the passion to protect what they have left as well. So it should be a World Heritage Site, the entire island itself in its uniqueness. So as far as development is concerned for the west side of Andros, don't touch it.
Big development go on, like trying to put a, high-rise hotels or what have you on the west coast. Then you get all the jet skis, and you get all the fast boats speeding up and down, and it's just gonna totally change. And that, I think that can be the worst thing for the west coast of Andros.
Andros, a mere 100 miles from downtown Miami, is a world apart. The west side is largely unexplored and wholly undeveloped. Only a handful of Androsians know it well. In 2006, a team of Bahamian students, Androsian fishing guides, and international scientists set out to systematically study the west side. They conducted a 2-week rapid ecological assessment to record what resources exist on the west side and to make recommendations to the government for protection of one of the Bahamas' greatest assets. Teams surveyed land and sea, mangroves, mudflats, and the shallow ocean waters, censusing bonefish, looking for sawfish, surveying flamingo populations, studying the native iguana species, counting sea turtles, and assessing threats to this unique and wonderful place.
Conservation, understanding. There's a lot of information that needs to get around, get out, and a lot of people, the average Bahamian, doesn't, they're not up to the whole conservation thing, And I think having to do this is going to cause, a lot of uproar, and that, a lot of people are going to get involved. They're going to know what it is, what it does, what purpose it serves, and how to prevent a lot of stuff. It's going to educate them on a lot of stuff. That's going to be real, real interesting for the Bahamas.
I see that happening in the future, and I encourage Bahamians to, again, work along with scientists, take what they have, and, we need a lot of scientists, Bahamian scientists, and, we don't have it now, and it'd be good to get some of the college students or just the locals who have that interest working along with the scientists, and hopefully they could carry it on.
Despite the lack of roads, big hotels, and industry, the mysterious and abundant biodiversity of the west side of Andros stands threatened. Invasive species, non-native plants, and animals either deliberately brought in or accidentally introduced devour delicate plant life, eat the eggs and young of birds and turtles, displace native species, and disrupt the fragile balance of life. The assessment team investigated the damage already done by invasive species such as pigs, and even tried to anticipate future dangers that new or spreading invasive species might cause.
The information that scientists gathered during this expedition is crucial for the formation of national parks and recommendations to the government, because we now have at least baseline data with this rapid assessment in terms of the important areas of biodiversity, ranging from sea turtles to creek fish to iguanas. And so now that we have those areas mapped out, we can approach the government, give them those recommendations, and then ideally go back and do further research. This is just a baseline assessment, but it's a great starting point.
The biggest threat that looms for West Andros and Andros in general is the possibility of large-scale development occurring on this island. Once large-scale development comes in, you have tremendous amounts of disturbance of systems. It alters the water tables, it displaces species, that allows invasives to come in. What we have here is Scaevola plumerii, which is our native inkberry. It occurs along beach strand areas, all like we see here, that are intact. What we unfortunately have is the case of different species, Scaevola ticata, called the white inkberry, and it is brought in as a horticultural species, and you see it throughout areas of Nassau and the rest of the islands. And it comes in, it's a very aggressive invader, and it will take over entire beaches, and eventually, instead of having 5, 6, 10, or 15 species along a dune, you'll have just one species, and it'll be just the white inkberry. If you see a large-scale development occur on this island, we'll likely see a decline in the quality of fresh water that's here, and then a decline in the diversity of species that's here, which will ultimately affect how people extract water, the ability for land crabs to exist in this area. There's a great potential in the future for small-scale extraction of timber from Andros in the central Andros and west Andros area. If we allowed any sort of development to come in that will either bulldoze or remove that vegetation, we're taking a resource away from future generations. And in general, there have been few, if any, large-scale developments that have been successful in the long term. So we see a large amount of destruction for a short-term gain and eventually a long-term loss.
One of the absolutely essential parts of this process is the number of different parties working together. It's absolutely essential to have local people and local knowledge involved in this process. And it's a mutually reinforcing scenario. Whereas we're learning from the local people, the guides, the fishing guides, and we've been able to teach them many things.
And now see how local knowledge and science do correlate. Because I get to share a bit of my information, and they're able to, give me an insight on their information. And it all correlates because, me being able to show them places and tell them about experiences that I've been through and seeing certain stuff with bone fishing, the tarpon and the permit and the sharks, they were there to process that information and in turn give me some insight on why it happens, why it recurs, and all this different stuff. So you have a full understanding of what's happening, and that's quite interesting.
A third component is to have young people, is to have students, to begin to build the baseline scientific capacity that's going to be needed to make these marine protected areas a success. So it was really nice this week to see students here. And doing these projects in the future, we look forward to involving many more students at all levels throughout the Bahamas.
Maximum height is 440 centimeters.
Okay. The mangroves are like a really cool nursery for different fish and stuff, and I think that the mangroves, even if just not on the west side, in the Bahamas in general, because we're so dependent on fisheries, I don't think a lot of Bahamians realize how much money we make off of fisheries. Obviously, compared to tourism, not as much, but if we destroy our mangroves, we lose all the nurseries for the important stuff that we fish, like, lobsters and everything else, So I think that in the long run, we should try and protect all of our resources so that we don't end up, having problems later on and keep maintaining the populations that we've got.
Okay, here's a sediment sample. Andros pure mud.
All right. Andros pure. We have a huge wealth of diversity in terms of marine animals, terrestrial animals, plant species that need to be preserved for future Bahamians to, see and appreciate, because right now, as it stands in the Caribbean, this area is probably one of the most wealthiest and diverse in terms of all of those things that I just mentioned earlier.
The Bahamas by far has right now the most intact, largest populations of a number of things: bonefish, Nassau grouper. I think based on the surveys we did today, or during the last 10 days, I would argue that turtles as well are spending a lot of their time here in the Bahamas. Perhaps not nesting, but certainly in the waters here.
The greatest
threat to populations of sea turtles throughout the world is capture in commercial fisheries, the incidental capture where the target species is something else like swordfish or sharks, and sea turtles are caught accidentally in those fisheries but killed, and habitat development. And so here in an area where you have relatively low levels of fisheries that would impact sea turtles adversely and where the ecosystems are relatively intact, if you could control the harvest of sea turtles in these areas, I think the populations would spring back quite quickly.
As we've been doing this assessment of the west side of Andros, it's obvious that the marine resources are an extremely important part of the Bahamas, and I can recognize that as it being an island nation. However, I want to stress the importance of the terrestrial systems as well. And I'm glad that we're participating in this expedition because it's so that the terrestrial portion is not forgotten, because you need a healthy island terrestrial system in order to have a healthy marine system as well. And so if you forget about one, then you're most likely not going to have a healthy other. So it's extremely important to encompass and cover both aspects of on the island and in the water surrounding the islands. There are a number of different important points. One is the fact that we're trying to help save the Andros iguana, which is only found on Andros Island. It's not found anywhere else in the world. It's unique for a number of different factors, one being that it's the only iguana in the world that deposits its eggs in termite mounds. No other iguana does that. It's also interesting in terms of how it lives. It does use mangrove systems more so than other animals do, other iguanas do, and it deserves protection.
Same thing on that last one too, Skivo.
Clem? One of the biggest challenges to being an ecologist or a conservation ecologist is trying to figure out the science, the ecology of the species that you're working on, the environment, and balancing that with the needs of the people who rely on that environment for their livelihood, their way of life. Andros is a special place in that the people understand the economic benefits of having a healthy environment. In many cases, in many areas, that's not the case. People don't understand the importance of a healthy environment to their way of life until it's a little bit too late.
In my perspective, the future of the west side of Andros, it all should be protected. Now that you've seen the light and understand what needs to be done and how we should go about doing it. You have all the scientists together now with the ecology, the marine life, the probing. Well, probing has to do with processing the water, the muds, and all that. And all this information comes in together, and it formulates one pattern that tells you if it's really not protected, you won't have it.
Androsians seem to be very proactive in that sense. They understand and get along with their environment. So from my point of view of being a scientist, putting strict limitations on development on the entire west side of Andros would be perfect.
The western side of Andros should be preserved because it's our beautiful Bahama land at its best. That is, this is a piece of heaven. This is where I was born, you know? This is where I want to say, hey, I come from this place and we have to take care of it and preserve everything. Every little shrimp, every little bonefish, all the coconuts, we just can't let, although we're growing as a country, we just still have to keep certain parts natural, and I definitely believe that this is one of those parts that should be saved and conserved.
It's not destroyed yet, and so we're not trying to put this back together. What we're trying to do is it's here, and all we need is to try to protect it or try to manage it and make sure we don't lose it, because once you lose it, it's harder to get it back.
It's easy. You don't have to go back and fix anything. You can just set aside protected areas and let those systems go the way they're naturally meant to function. And that's so easy to do, and it costs so much less than to try to go back like they're doing in Florida now with trying to restore the Everglades and the billions of dollars that they're putting into that program. Here it's as easy as just putting it at the land aside and protecting it.
I just want to say to Bahamians in general to appreciate your country, appreciate what you have here, don't exploit it, don't take advantage of it, and try to learn more about your surroundings, about your islands, what exists here, so that you could save it for your children and their children, so that they would be able to appreciate it as well and probably use it for their benefit on a controlled level. That's what we all need to do. We need to change our perspective about things, about our appreciation for our country, and try to preserve it and take care of what we have, because many people in the world do not have what we have, and we need to take care of it.
This world or this earth that we don't, when we come here, we meet it here. We should enjoy it and leave it the way it is and try to have minimum impact on it as possible. And then eventually we'll pass on and leave our children something that they can be proud of when we leave.
Their recommendations, if followed, will help to ensure the future health of Andros and of its unique west side. The rapid assessment both confirmed the value of the west side of Andros's natural heritage and shed light on some of the mysteries of its extensive biodiversity. The people of the Bahamas, and especially those of Andros, are now armed with even greater knowledge about the truly wondrous wildlife of their island and the need to conserve, enjoy, and protect it for themselves and future generations of Bahamians. This land is our land. We are blessed with a place unlike any other on earth, and also blessed with a chance to maintain this land as it was, as it is, Andros.
Sometimes I often wonder if there is any earth. Oh, my Andros. She wakes, 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 and grows and we wake. Oh, my Andros. She wakes, she wakes, she wakes, she wakes, she wakes, and grows and we wake. Oh, yeah. God, no, no. Right. And all the people celebrating, happy and so jolly, celebrating the big yacht party.
BRIEF is holding its 8th Marine Conservation Teacher Training Workshop on San Salvador.
We have 26 teachers from Bahamian private and public schools throughout the Bahamas from both the primary and secondary level who are here to experience the marine environment.
The participants in our workshop are learning about the Bahamian marine environment. They're learning about the habitats in our ocean, about how humans are impacting them, and about what we can do to conserve what we have.
Often teachers complain that there isn't sufficient resource information for them available on the area of ecology. So one of our goals is to provide that information to them and to also give them the opportunity to go into the field to experience what they are teaching.
Snorkeling at Rocky Point.
Okay.
We have our scuba gear.
No, I need something there. We're going down to the seabed, man.
We have a scuba gear, and most of us can't swim, so we're really going down there, and we're gonna try our hands at snorkeling and having a good time. All of these ladies are teachers, and none of them can't swim. Wish us good luck. Bye.
Can you swim?
No. The most enlightening experience that I had on this trip is when I went snorkeling. And the reason why I chose that is because I'm a science teacher and I learn a lot from books, but I didn't have that hands-on experience. And when I went inside the water and I was able to actually see all the things that that I learned, it was a pleasurable experience.
Hey, I saw a juvenile with the yellow tail and the other part. Just scored. Did you really? Yeah, right here. I ain't getting out there. I can see the fish there right here.
My knowledge is being expanded, and with my knowledge being expanded, I'm now able to expand their knowledge of what I have learned.
The teachers are really excited. Most of them are very happy that they took the opportunity to participate in the workshop. They're saying that they've received a lot of materials that they can use in their classroom, lots of activities for the kids that will help them to transmit and disseminate the information that they've learned about the marine ecosystems.
Well, in my classroom now, it has changed me a lot because I always wanted to carry my students into the water, but I wasn't 100% certain of it. But now that I feel more confident, I've already started formulating ideas in my mind how I'm going to carry my students on field trips actually snorkeling.
Today we are going to the mangroves, so that'll be something nice where we can take our kids when we get back home, so they can see these things firsthand and not just read about them in books, but they'll have firsthand experience in seeing these things up front.
Participants at the workshop had the opportunity to visit a mangrove creek. These are areas that are often considered wastelands, places where people dump garbage, and really most people don't realize the value that mangrove creeks have, both to protecting our fisheries resources and protecting our lives on land.
So we've come here to look at sponges. We support to Inquest, the principal of the United States. He gave us a sponging presentation yesterday, so he's going to show us the sponges today, and also to identify the different types of mangroves.
This morning we came into the Pigeon Creek area to observe the grass sponges that are growing naturally within this area. We were able to see the sponges growing in the natural habitat, identify them.
It's a dry sponge that's been sitting on the shore.
This is the entrance to the mangrove creek, Pigeon Creek, that he was talking about last night. And so this is the mouth of the creek, and it goes all the way up the area that we came from. All of this is connected. And so what we're going to do is we want to get in and do some snorkeling and see if we can identify some of the fish. A gray snapper. I was all the way out there and I saw a gray snapper.
I saw a sergeant major and a grunt. They have the yellow horse have the horse, and maybe a juvenile barracuda.
We were able to see also a juvenile conch this morning, and later on in the week the teachers will have an opportunity to see conch in their natural bedding tomorrow.
We're focusing many of our activities on commercially important species. Two species of particular interest to Brief are the Nassau grouper and the queen conch. These are species that are important culturally to the Bahamas, and they're both species that are endangered. So today's activities were focused on understanding the fisheries regulations that pertain to conch, as well as understanding the habitat that conch need to survive, and being able to identify the difference between adult and juvenile conch.
Okay. In today's class, we learned about conch is that you have the male and the female. We began with the importance of preserving our conch, and that in some areas of the world now they can't collect for conch, such as Florida. It's important to learn about the conch because number one, As Bahamians, this is our food.
Part of our livelihood as well.
Yes.
And by knowing about it, we teach our fishermen, our children who in turn later will become fishermen. We teach them now that if you actually pick up the young conch, then they can't reproduce, so therefore they'll be limiting the amount of conch we'll have in the future. So therefore it's important for them to know that it takes a period of 3 to 3.5 years for the conch to reach its sexual maturity. So if you take it before that time, then chances are they won't themselves have been, to reproduce.
Yes.
So that would actually limit the number of conch that we will have in the future.
What we are doing this afternoon is we're going to do a field activity in the water surveying conch. And I know that just now you came and you surveyed conch, dead conch from conch middens outside. But we're actually going to go in the water and see if we can find some live conch. We're looking again for juvenile conch and adult conch. It used to be a common thing just to be able to walk out from any island and in water that was this deep, find big adult conch to fill up your bucket. Well, Trevor was talking about it, about going out into Pigeon Creek and just being able to walk in water that's knee-deep and find lots of conch. That's not the case in most of the Bahamas anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to come up with an estimate of the number of conch, the density of conch right along this area.
So we're going to go now into the water and we're going to decide how far we're going to go. And then we're going to start surveying our area to see what type of conch we have in that particular area.
One live conch, juvenile. I found it in a sandy habitat. I found an adult conch, and it has a thick lip. That's one of the features of being an adult.
We found one juvenile live and one adult live so far. And we found 3 dead juvenile. 3 dead juvenile. So that's interesting. Only 2 live and 3 dead. And all of them in the sandy area.
Everybody has commented that it's been an incredible learning experience to them, not only the content knowledge of the ecosystems and the important commercial species like conch, grouper, and crawfish, but it has been personal growth for them as they've faced their fears and lack of comfort in the sea.
You can see it in the faces of the teachers when they realize that they've got fantastic resources right at their fingertips. We're surrounded in the Bahamas by a living laboratory of an amazing underwater world that most people don't take the time to experience.
This is the only country that we have, and this is the only environment that we have. And as educators, if we can be enlightened and if we could feel the need to share with our students that we have to protect our environment, and especially our sea, that we will have it for tomorrow.
To date, over 150 teachers from around the Bahamas have participated in one of our marine conservation teacher training workshops. These teachers are now back in their schools, teaching their students about what they have learned at these workshops and promoting environmental awareness in the next generation.
REACH is a voluntary support organization for persons or for families challenged by autism and related challenges. And we try to advocate for services that are not yet available. And over the years, we've advocated for a number of services and they have become available. We try to offer support to new parents. And also, as you know, at the moment we're in the process of doing training. And we've always actually focused on training for teachers because really there's no medical cure for autism.
Autism is a developmental disability that primarily impacts communication, social functioning, and behavior. Any or one of those three components will impact daily learning, independent functioning, and a varying range of cognitive ability. Autism can be noticed at early stages of life. Primarily, doctors and physicians alike will start giving diagnoses around the age of 2.
My son's name is Cole. Cole is currently 14 years old. When Cole was born, as he got into the later ages, 2 or 3 years old, again, as most parents would say, you just notice something's not correct.
My son, Caleb Cornel, he's 5, almost 5 now. He was born at 24 weeks, so he had some little challenges there as he continues his progress. He was in the hospital, say, about 3 months. So the doctor said there would be challenges with him.
I have 2 children. My youngest son, Obasi, he's 3 years old and he's autistic. He is non-verbal. He has no words at all.
He had no motor skills. He couldn't hold a pencil, couldn't crawl sideways, would always fall down, breaking wrists, breaking ankles. So we went through a lot of therapy with that.
Personally, it hasn't been a challenge per se because we know that, we accepted that there will be delays with him. So we just took it as a go. We just treat him as basically as a normal child, at least to see if that will help him, at least to progress, do the stuff that some normal kids would.
We found out that something was not quite right with Obasi. Probably around the time that he was 9 months to a year. He seemed not to be interested in just things that children that age would be interested in, toys that made noise, the television.
Eventually, with Cole, we got introduced to REACH, and we heard about the organization, and we joined them on a walkathon. And that was the first time I met the members of REACH, and then right away I was invited to come on to the committee, and here I am now president about 4 years later.
Since meeting up with Mario and the REACH family, it really has been like a breath of fresh air to try to understand how best we could reach him and what tools we could use to help him along in his life journey, because as parents, all you want for your child is that he is well adjusted and that he can handle the things that are going to come toward him. And I think now we have all the help that we need and all the support, and we're just trying to do our best.
Autism is going to look a little different because it does not have a physical component to it, whereas someone who has a physical disability or is blind or deaf, where you can easily identify and diagnose the disability. But as kids with autism get older, it's going to be easier to identify because the social component is going to be a much stronger variable between interacting with their peers, interacting with adults, interacting with caregivers.
The REACH workshop that I participated in was introduced to me by one of the parents at my school whose son had been suspicious to us. We weren't sure what was happening, but I think the parents and I and the teachers were suspicious that something was going on.
There are verbal and non-verbal students. They have different characteristics. So as the teacher, you would want to try and zoom in on those behaviors that you can more so work efficiently with that student individually.
I'm so happy that I went because I gained a lot of information as far as how to treat a child, the kind of patience that I need to have, the kind of awareness that I need to have to help these children. Although, like I said, they're not necessarily diagnosed, the techniques that I learned could be applied to normal functioning children as well as children who are displaying signs of autism.
The current training that we have in conjunction with REACH and the Ministry of Education is primarily for parents and teachers who serve kids with disabilities. What these trainings have blossomed into from 4 years ago when we only had 15 parents, and now we have over 75 parents in this training. It's blossomed not only into an instructional place and providing information and strategies, but it's also developed into a support group and networking group for all these parents who have similar types of needs and similar types of challenges.
I would highly recommend it, especially for the seminars. But honestly, I would say just take it as it goes, because it isn't, you're gonna have challenges, you know. Having a special kid, having an autistic kid, it isn't easy, and it is gonna take a lot from you. So you have to take it as it goes. You have to take those little breaks sometimes and say, you know what, let me just take this time away, but and just go back at it, because it's a long-term process. It doesn't change overnight, or you have to take it as it goes.
My husband and I, we've both learned a lot from Mike and the sessions that he's held over the last few weeks.
Mike seems to be well-informed, and he seems to have a wealth of knowledge.
Mike McGinty has been an awesome in at least enlightening us on how we are to treat our children, how we are to be consistent in training them and educating them.
He seems to be extremely patient, which is something that I think that I took away, that it's important for when dealing with a child who has special needs to just be extremely patient, because the child is really not at fault, and it's important for us as the adults to help the child. And Mike seems to really have a handle on that.
I think one of the best things about it is meeting people in the same place that you are in. People who understand the language that you're talking, because sometimes when you're surrounded by people who have typical children, it really is difficult to explain some of your frustrations and to get the kind of information you need. But with REACH, and because everybody is trying to do the same thing, everybody is trying to get their children the help that they need and the families the support that they need, you're like you're home. You can understand each other, and you can play off the strengths and weaknesses of each other.
They're all going through similar but different challenges. There might be a parent that has a child with severe cognitive ability and has deficits across the board and ranging from communication and social, where it might be a parent of a child with Asperger's, which is a form of autism, where the only component they might be addressing would be a social component. But coming together, they do have one common denominator, and that's they're trying to raise, to the best of their ability, a child with autism, which can be a significant challenge without properly understanding what the best course is.
And for that person who's listening, you might not have an autistic child now, but somewhere in your generation it will happen. The chances are, the percentages are very real. And you probably know somebody right now that has an autistic child. And that just shows you how epidemic the numbers are. So that's the way moving forward. Become aware, go online, Autism Speaks, Autism Anything, and just learn about what it is.
As a parent, any parent who isn't sure about joining the REACH program, I would say, hey, don't wait a day or a minute too late, because it will help you, it will be beneficial to you and the progress of your child.
Moving forward, the Bahamas, we can set an example. Where as a people, we can become sensitive to parents with special needs children. understand if it's not just autistic, crippled, deaf, blind. You know, there's a huge need to try to accommodate and to try to understand and to try to help. You know, the disabled in this country, they're fighting a lot of discrimination as far as getting jobs, as far as having a proper parking spot to park in, as far as having access to buildings, as far as having to, you know, just not being treated the way they need to be. So the way moving forward is educate teachers, parents, caregivers, educate the public as a whole, and just try to make it work.
Suicide prevention starts with recognizing the warning signs and taking them seriously. If you think a friend or family member is suicidal, there is a lot that you can do to help and save a life. However, for persons who are not in the grips of suicidal depression and despair, it's a bit difficult to understand what actually drives many individuals to take their own lives. A suicidal person may feel as if there is no help available and they're in so much pain that there aren't any other options. So here are a few warning signs to look out for. A person frequently talking about suicide, self-loathing or self-hatred, suddenly getting their affairs in order, saying goodbye to loved ones, withdrawing from others, and self-destructive behavior. Talking to a friend or family member about their suicidal thoughts and feelings can be extremely difficult for anyone. If you're unsure whether or not someone is suicidal, the best way to find out is to simply ask. Giving a suicidal person the opportunity to express their feelings can provide relief from loneliness, pent-up negative feelings, and perhaps prevent an attempted suicide. You can start the conversation with statements like, "I've been feeling concerned about you lately. I've noticed some differences in you and wondered how you're doing today." If they confide in you and they are suicidal, respond quickly by telling them you care and get them the help that is needed. Help is always available at the Crisis Center, the Department of Social Services, BASH, Sandlands Rehabilitation Center, and the National Hotline for 24-Hour Crisis. Find someone that you can trust to talk to about your feelings and get the support and help that is needed. I am Inspector Mikal Pinder, reassuring you that your mental health matters. You are not alone. Get the help that is needed today.
Brought to you by the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Culture. The 2026 Junior Junkanoo Grand Bahama Parade, coming to you live from Explorers Way downtown Freeport. Feel the rhythm, see the colors, as our talented young Junkanooers bring the celebration to life.
Welcome to beautiful Freeport, Grand Bahama on a rainy Saturday for the 2026 Junior Junkanoo Parade. Let me tell you, we started with the opening ceremony. It rained, and now we are back with a break in the weather. I'm Ricardo Lightbourne, and I'm joined by Karen Ferguson-Bain. We spent much of the afternoon in the tent so that we didn't get wet, but Junkanoo is Junkanoo. We want to get it done.
Definitely. And it has not dampened the spirits, because if you can look behind us, let me tell you, they are ready. Walter Parker Primary School, they are ready for this parade route. 2026, they couldn't wait to get here. And so nothing is going to dampen their spirits tonight. And so, Ricardo, I'm excited. I don't know about you.
I spoke to a number of the teachers that's here, and they wanted to get this over and done with. Ramiko Knowles is also out there. He's taking a peek at what's happening. Ramiko, now that you're dry, tell me what you're thinking.
Well, Rick, you're absolutely correct. It is a rainy Saturday, and let's say right behind me is Walter Parker Primary School, one of the schools that is on the parade route at the moment. I understand that 4 schools are now on the parade route, one behind the other, and they are putting on a spectacular performance. And listen, on this route, I can tell you there's pure energy. As you can see behind me, the Walter Parker Primary School dancers and the pink flamingos, I understand it. And as you were mentioning earlier, it is raining. I want to take a brief moment to look at the banner for Walter Parker Primary. Even the banner is sweating. That's how hard these students are working right now. They're putting on a spectacular performance, but we don't know how long this is going to continue. We understand the rain is expected to come down in a few short moments, but we're going to be on the parade route until that happens, or until at least they shut it down. But these children, I mean, look at them, the babies are on the route putting on a spectacular performance, and they are enjoying themselves. If there's one set of people who are happy the rain stopped, it is these children. They are putting on a show tonight, and so we're going to capture all of that for you, and we will continue to keep you informed as to what's happening. Back to you.
Let me tell you, those young people are having themselves a wonderful time. We can tell you that the preschoolers, Lady's Paradise, Growing Years, and Rising Stars, those little ones, they just weren't going to go out there and want to be on a parade. But as you know, Walter Parker says they're going to be out here one way or the other, and so they wanted to make it happen. They were basically down there by the Regent Center West, and they were trying to stay dry. And they did stay dry to some extent, but a lot of hard work has gone into getting this parade all sorted out for them, and they're very, very happy. Look at those Pacers. They're making it happen. Shalia Roll is also on the broadcast with us tonight. She, too, has been having a lot of fun. I've been trying to get her to go and see what's happening underneath the food tent, but now she's working. Shalia, what you see?
Good evening, Bahamas. Good evening, Ricardo and Karen. Well, as you guys can see, the rain isn't stopping any show here. Parents are trickling in to watch their little darlings perform. As you can see now, if my cameraman can pan, Walter Parker is on the boulevard making their way down with the theme Islands Under the Sun. I'll be in the crowd all night bringing you reactions and the crowd, motivation, and until then, back to you, Rick.
Thank you very much. And Karen, looking at where we are compared to where we were and the squalls that came through here, but the intent is to make sure that the parade comes off. We saw correct. The Minister of Education here as well, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture here, the Minister of Grand Bahama, all the dignitaries here as well. But for these little ones, their faces tell the story.
And that's it, because this is their moment. This is their time to shine, and they're going to show their parents, they're going to show their teachers that all that hard work that they've been doing for the days and weeks leading up to this evening's parade is going to be a success. And so I want to say thank you to all of the participants, even the little ones that couldn't come out, you know, the little preschoolers. I always love to see them because they come with so much energy. But again, we are so grateful that God has put down his blessings. And so it's held up a little bit for us so that we can go ahead with this parade route. Now, Walter Parker Primary School, they were legends. And they always came with something a little bit extra when it comes to that music. So let's see what's going to happen this evening.
Well, I tell you, they're having themselves a wonderful time. The committee members also spoke to all the leaders from the schools, and they said unanimously they wanted to rush. And so there you have it. They're on the parade route. What we're going to do at this point is take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll continue our coverage here. No, we're going to send it downstairs. Let's go and see exactly what Walter Parker has got for you. And as you can see, they are stretched out here on beautiful downtown here on Explorers Way. Walter Parker, this spotlight is just for you. have it, the Walter Parker Pacers here in the 2026 Junior Junkanoo Parade. Rain or no rain, they just wanted to take part and get this thing done and over with. It was postponed earlier.
Yes.
They just want it done, and now they have the chance to show what they've got.
And they showed us exactly what they're made of. They've just got that spirit. And did they keep pace? Of course, they set the pace for Ghana because they're first out of the block. And so that means anyone who's coming behind them, now you've got your benchmark. What I loved most about Walter Parker was their costumes. You saw the beautiful cobalt blue mixed with that silver. They were the blue marlins, and then you have the flamingos ready to take flight, and the back line. Eleuthera, you should be proud because those pineapples were well on display. Yes, I love it. And Ricardo, I saw some of your crafty work with, you saw the tatch with the headpieces.
You utilize what you have.
Yeah, and that's just it.
And I think that's what they did, and did a very, very good job.
Excellent.
And watching them in terms of their performance says much about creativity.
Of course.
All right, and going from there. And I think for these young people, just be a part of the parade is very, very important. I had a chance to also chat with Sean, and like he said, the whole idea from the event committee is for the kids to compete and to come out and rush. It isn't about an hour winning first, second, or third.
No.
Just take part in the parade.
It's showing that we're keeping our culture alive, and that's what it's all about. It's the next generation embracing the culture and also building on what's already here. And so that is most significant, that our youngsters know what Junkanoo is all about, why we celebrate it, and why we need to preserve it for many generations to come. And so that's what we're seeing here tonight, keeping that legacy alive.
This is a prime example right now because what they've done is they just allowed them to come out and be a part of the Junkanoo Parade. These young people simply doing what they want to do. Forget the banner, forget whatever.
That's it.
Just come out and rush. And that's exactly what they're going to do. And when you think about this, you know, look at these young people and just what they want to be a part of it. We saw the senior parade. Now you look at the juniors and they want to do their thing and make sure that they too are recognized for being an integral part of our culture here. Going back to 1984, when this parade started and Lavender put it together.
Correct.
And see where we are today. The culture, the dream is still alive. And I would imagine for her to see where we've come over these many, many years as far as participation.
She should be very proud.
And the enticement of these young people to want to continue and to carry the concept of Junior Junkanoo says a lot, and we're seeing it here tonight.
Right, and on the parade route right now, you have Hugh Campbell Primary School, and they're showing you the various games that we play as children. They are going all the way back. I see you got Uno, you have dominoes, you have the cards, they have the Pac-Man. I mean, Hugh Campbell, they're pulling out all the stuff when it comes to the games that children play, and I'm hoping that we can see some ring play because that's what the Bahamas is all about.
What you mean ring play? We want to see them. They better be shooting some marbles. Let's take it to the parade route.
Spin top.
Spin top. There you go. Hugh Campbell Hornets making their way. And as you can see, the fans here in the stands, folks, ran for cover. Like we all do. We Bahamian take, we run for cover, and then we come back out. But folks are still here, and what a beautiful sight to have all the fans here. What do you think about Hugh Campbell?
I think Hugh Campbell was amazing. I love the ninjas in the back. I saw some Mortal Kombat, and the dancers were interacting with the Kung Fu moves. I'm like, okay, you know what? They did their homework, and that's what shows that they put the research and then put it on the parade route. You're supposed to, again, depict your theme from the beginning all the way through to the end, and they did that. Games, we saw Pac-Man. We saw Tic-Tac-Toe. We saw Uno. We saw all of the games that we played. Now, I was looking for some ring play, but I didn't see that. But nonetheless, they did a fantastic job.
We're going to have a meeting with them when we finish. But
So
it took some doing in order to actually get Hugh Campbell to the parade route. But just in case you figure out how this thing came to be, let's find out.
6, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kids and blows, they get beat in their clothes.
Hugh Campbell come to bring it. I mean, it's over. I don't even know why they try to compete. It's over. We here, and that's it. That's it. Game over.
Hey, roll one, nice, yeah. Roll two, ready, yeah.
We've been practicing every day. We're ready. We're getting ready for the road. And our boys are bringing it with all the good sounds. Our drums are beating. We're constantly practicing. Our girls are dancing every day. We have 2 choreographed groups, our lower primary and upper primary group, and everybody is excited. They're coming out every day, and they're practicing, they're ready, they're bringing it on the road. They can expect good execution of our theme. Our theme this year is games we played, to take you down memory lane of all the games that we grew up with. The music is sounding good. I wish we had a brass section, but we're going to work on it for next time. But what we have, we're really good at. We're playing what we know we're good at. But by next time we hit the road, we'll have a good brass section to add to this, to intensify our music and even sound even better. Oh, we have much more. We bring in a lot more. We have about 120 students participating in this parade, anxious and ready. I mean, I had to turn kids away because up until yesterday, kids were coming and asking, can I join, can I join? But everybody is excited. The school is just buzzing for Junior Junkanoo.
To understand why these kids did not go anywhere.
Nope.
Even though it rained, they wanted to be a part of the parade because they put all that practice time in, Karen, to make sure that they showed that what they did in practice is on the boulevard and made it happen here.
That's right. It has to be shown. And kudos to the parents because, you know, some parents had to be like, okay, come, we got to go, it's raining. But I'm glad that the parents stuck it out and they allowed the kids to participate because they really, really worked hard. They worked hard. And I love what she said, that she had to turn some students away. So that means the enthusiasm is there.
It is.
Kids are interested in being a part of this culture. And so, again, we have to preserve it. We have to do everything that we can to ensure that everyone grabs hold of this culture and do not let it go.
Well, grabbing hold of the culture, Lewis Yard Primary, the ultimate game, rush out here on a Saturday afternoon, I should say Saturday evening, after we've been clean. Now, you folks in New Providence, I don't want y'all to get upset because when it rained in Nassau, you got a lake. It's rained in Grand Bahama and our roads are dry. Let's go, Lewis Yard. Show them what we got here in Grand Bahama. Junior Junkanoo 2026. There you go. Lewis Yard, the ultimate game, rush out. I'm going to tell you what, they just wanted to show that they put in the work, that things went the way that they wanted to make it happen, and they did it. They showed their stuff tonight here in beautiful downtown Grand Bahama.
That's right, on Explorers Way. And what I loved was the chess pieces. Did you see them at the back line?
Yeah.
They were the drummers with their chess pieces. They also had Mario Brothers in the mix. And, of course, the girls with their little cards on the face. I'm like, you know what? The detail in the makeup, I'm telling you, flawless.
That's why they had to make it happen,
Oh,
Karen?
my God, yeah.
You couldn't.
Listen,
They didn't put all that
There's
work
no
in.
way.
You got to get it happen, right?
You had to.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
now,
I was a little skeptical at first. I'm like, you know what? These kids, we don't want them to get wet because we don't want them to get sick.
But now the rain
I'm happy
is
that
gone.
the rain
Now
is
clear.
up. Yes.
Not a cloud in the sky.
No,
We are okay.
You can see if a cloud in the sky. You can't even see it there. It's black.
You want me to take off my hat?
Take it off.
No. I catch a draft tonight.
No, but they did well. Fantastic.
The group of all groups comes up next.
Ooh.
Beacon School.
Of course, a crowd favorite.
I tell you.
A crowd favorite. And guess where they're taking us?
They worked hard. They worked hard.
Did.
Let's go and see why Beacon School is going to rock the house tonight.
Yep.
There's no competitors for us. We are the competition. So what you need to do is just bring your A game because trust me, we have it. We had a very late start this year because of funding and stuff, right? But we got right into it. We are doing a lot of pasting now. Most of the teachers are assisting the students with pasting. We would have already built our girls' back pieces. We are dealing with the hats now. As you can see, the boys are building the hats. We had a little challenge throughout this month because our room would have gotten vandalized twice. And we lost drums, we lost a lot of our crepe paper was torn up. Our drum and bell section has gotten a little smaller this year. We lost a lot of our the older drummers. They would have graduated or transitioned back into the regular schools, and these ones are learning, but as you can hear, they are getting it and they are doing extremely well. I couldn't be more proud of them. Junkanoo season starts around here. Everyone gets excited. Everyone is excited. The boys, like I tell them every year, I'm quitting, and I can't quit because they come to me in the morning. Oh, Miss Nesbitt, what are we doing now? They encourage me to keep going. The dances, the costumes, we've decided to go a little bigger and a whole lot better. This year is going to be one of our best years yet. They are excited, they are moving, and they come in to tear the road up.
There you have it, beautiful Beacon School. Journey through ancient Egypt. What a banner. You like that?
I love it. I love it. I can't wait to see what's behind it.
Okay, you want to find out what's behind it?
I do.
Let's go find out. There you have it, Beacon School. Let me tell you, journeying through ancient Egypt, watching them is absolutely fantastic. You didn't see it, folks, but whilst they were on the parade, let me tell you, I watched Karen. She was all smiles. Yes. Because Beacon School has a very special spot in her heart.
Yes, sir.
And every Wednesday,
yes,
okay,
yes,
is
sir,
where we would find you.
That's right.
And the ladies of Pilot.
The Pilot Club of Lucayo. We started from 2016 with the breakfast feeding program. And so, yeah, they are very near and dear to us. And so, again, it gives me great pride when I see them on the parade route because I love that everyone is incorporated. There are different abilities, but everyone is showcased. And that is what I love most about that school. And so even though Ms. Nesbitt says she's going to quit, she ain't going nowhere.
She's going to quit to walk out to the corner.
And come back.
And then saddle us way and wave and walk back.
Exactly.
That's the only quitting she's going to do right now. Okay.
But congratulations to her. She did a phenomenal job. And we can't, it'll be remiss of me if I didn't mention Chase Hanna, because Chase would have been right there beating those drums with the rest of them. And so, again, we miss you dearly. We know that you're smiling.
That's my buddy.
Smiling.
That's my buddy.
Yes.
Good, very, very good friend of mine.
So condolences to his family.
Condolences to the Hanna family.
Yes.
I know we miss Chase. Swingers miss Chase.
Oh, yes.
And it's great to have a number of the younger members of the group come out and show support.
Of course.
Shalia's out running around.
She is.
Okay? And running around. You're like, when you let them children loose?
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Shalia, where are you?
Ricardo, of course, I'm in the crowds, running around like you said. But for now, I'm here with Derek from Cincinnati, Ohio. Derek, how are you enjoying Junkanoo so far?
Oh, I'm loving it. This is my birthday. This is the best birthday gift I could have.
And what do you like most about it so far?
Oh, it's just showing the Bahamian culture.
And is this your first time in the Bahamas and your first time to the Junkanoo Parade?
Yes, yes.
So what are you going to tell your friends from Cincinnati, Ohio, what the Bahamas had to offer you?
Hurry up and come to the Bahamas. You will smile the whole time you're here.
Thank you so much, Derek. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
As always, I love to meet our tourists. They are always so happy to be involved in the Bahamian culture. Until then, back to you, Rick.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And let me tell you, he's having himself a great time, and he's going to really
Cincinnati,
enjoy.
it's snowing over there. He's happy to be here.
You've been watching the Weather Channel too.
Look here, you have to know what's going on.
I tell you, Sister Mary Patricia Russell.
Yes.
Is coming up next.
They are.
Okay, they've been working hard. Let me show you. Let me tell you, they've been working hard.
Okay.
And my daughter's working with them.
Oh,
and I can't be biased.
Excuse me. No.
Okay.
You ain't judging, so you could. No, you're not judging, so go right ahead.
Judith,
Oh,
I said
Lord.
it, okay? Let's go to Remiko first before I get beat up when I get home.
Yes.
Hey, Ricardo, what's happening? Listen, it's a ball down here. The people are enjoying themselves. We're trying to figure out if we're actually to the Junior Junkanoo Parade or the Senior Junkanoo Parade because these kids are putting on a performance. I'm here with a few people right now who's enjoying the parade, just as I am. Tell us your names, sir.
Hey, my name is John.
Which school are you pulling for tonight?
Well, I have a nephew who's at Walter Parker School. They paraded already.
I know the rain came down earlier, but it seems like the rain didn't shine on these or stop these kids from performing tonight. What do you think about what you've seen so far?
And this is spectacular. This is spectacular. I like this school. The competition is really stiff tonight.
You think Walter Parker have it?
In the bag.
That's his commentary. We can keep it moving. What school are you pulling for tonight?
Oh, Walter Parker, the Pacers!
Y'all can think I'm being biased. I didn't ask them who they were pulling for before I got here. There's two Walter Parker. Who did you come to see?
My son, he's on the bass drum.
Were you worried that the rain was going to stop the parade?
Yeah, a bit. I was. But I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. It's nice. I like the energy from the kids, the music. It's just great. The colors. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Absolutely. I gotta find some more people. This Walter Parker crowd over here. I can see if I can find some other schools and some people represent some other schools. Until then, back to you, Ricardo.
Boy, you better run quick.
Yep.
There you have it. Sister Mary Patricia Russell is on the parade route, and they have been working. I've been dropping my little one there to help. She teaches over there, and dropping it this morning. Then she turned around, went home, then came back out here, and here they are. Let's see what they have for you. The Enchanted Forest is going to be Sister Mary Patricia Russell, and guess what? They are Panthers.
Yes.
Nothing. Let's go. Panthers, let's go. the Sister Mary Patricia Russell Panthers Junior High School, the Enchanted Forest. There they go. The Tinkerbell, the Snow White. Also, you've got those butterflies. Everybody having a wonderful time. What do you think about the young Panthers, the Sister Mary Patricia Russell?
Again, great color combination. You're looking at the vivid pinks, the hot pink, the purple, because you may not think those colors go together, but again, they do. And of course, you have that emerald green along with the orange, and then the back line with the blues. Just simply beautiful color combination. Now the music, they're missing some cowbells, but it didn't stop them because the music still sound good. That backline drummers, yes, they had it all together, Ricardo. They did.
Let me tell you, also the Superstar Rockers helped the group with the pacing and did some things to help them get them sorted out and work with their music and get them together. So I want to say hats off to Superstar Rockers for coming in.
Yes.
And also want to say hats off to a number of the A division groups, senior groups that went in and also helped the other schools in terms of the preparation. And we'll see that with the bigger schools as they come along the way.
And that's what they should be doing. They should be teaching the next generation how to pace, how to, again, form the costumes, how to make sure that they bend the wire in just the right way so that when the dancers move, it's not falling apart. So again, they need to teach them the craft so that they can carry it. I don't want the bigger Junkanoo, the seniors, to be doing the work.
Okay.
Teach them how to do it. Teach them how to craft those costumes properly. That's what they should be doing. And their banner.
There you go.
That banner was really interesting. I love the palm trees and how it was moving. Ricardo, you are not going to get me in trouble tonight because some people has come for me. And look here, I'm just calling it as I see it. But again, this is a fun parade for the kids. And so I'm just saying they did an excellent job.
I know how to hide.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the Panthers put a lot of work into getting this parade and getting idea of this parade.
Yeah.
Here's how they put everything in perspective to ensure that you guys had a good look at them tonight.
Number one off the top, you can't compete where you don't compare, all right? And heavy is the head that wears the crown. We are the champions, and we will continue to be the champions. There's only one Sister Mary, there are only one Panthers here on the island, and we reign supreme. Today, we are in our Junkanoo shack, and we are in the process of decorating some of our costumes. As you can see, our students are behind us working meticulously on putting some of the final touches on our pieces so that when the lights hit them on the night of February 28th, we will be glistening. It's been going rather smoothly. We've been receiving plenty support from our students. They really seem to enjoy Junkanoo. They enjoy not only crafting the costumes, but they also enjoy actually being out there on the road, and they're very excited. Boys, our drummers, our bellas, konkalakas, and our brass. I can proudly and confidently say that we have a lot of talented students here at Sister Mary, and they have the passion and the drive. Our girls are the best. Come on, we're Panthers. Panthers are #1. They're gonna go out there, they're gonna be excited. They have the precision, they have the dynamic, they have the personality, they have the sound, they have the movement, they have everything. They are embodying the spirit of Junkanoo. In the words of Kobe Bryant, R.I.P., you know? Different animal, same beast. You know, we coming out there with a vengeance. We're coming out there to make it clear and known that it wasn't no fluke. We are the champions. We are #1. We are dominant, and we are the ones to beat.
have it. There you have it, folks. They put a lot of work into it. We saw it on the parade tonight. And Shalia running around again.
She is.
All right, yeah. We dialed 911, and so
you found her?
Yeah, we found her.
Beautiful.
Shalia, say what's going on, girl.
Yes, Rick, I am still running around, but I ran right into Messia. Messia, how are you doing tonight?
I am good. I am good.
Do you have any children in the competition tonight?
Yes, I have my twin boys. They're representing Walter Parker School, and I must say they did really well tonight.
And you said that you have twin boys in the parade tonight. Tell us why it is important for us to share our culture with our babies.
Well, it's important because we have to keep the legacy going. You know, we have to keep the culture alive for generations to come. So I'm glad that the ministry put this on so that the children can understand the importance of Junkanoo and the culture.
Thank you so much, Messia. You heard her. The point of Junior Junkanoo is to keep our culture alive, Rick. I'll be in the crowd once again, running around, like you said, talking to people, getting some crowd reactions, but until then, back to you.
Thank you very much, Shalia. She's running around, and let me tell you,
I don't know how
much has
she's running
happened.
with those 3-inch heels on. I don't understand it, but anyway.
It's a different group of people
group.
altogether.
Yeah.
Okay? They ain't got them kind of feet we got.
No. No, we all.
I tell you, Bartlett Hill is up next. What do you think about Bartlett, what they're bringing to the parade?
Bartlett Hill, I know that they're coming because they're taking us on a journey. They're taking us on flight 242. They're going to take us all around the Bahamas and around the world. But it's nothing like seeing a parent standing in the middle of the road with a giant flag waving because her school is coming up next, and that's enthusiasm.
Boy, let me tell you, she been swinging this flag. Somebody gonna have to carry her down to Bartlett Hill when she finished tonight. Let's go to Bartlett Hill Primary and see what they bring to you. Flight 242. Yes. Let's go with them. Well, you got an opportunity to take a peek and see exactly what Flight 242 was about. But there was a lot of planning that went into Flight 242. These young people worked very, very hard down there at Bartlett Hill, just so that you understand. When you come out here to perform, you got to practice. Here's how.
To our competitors, all the best, but the champions will be on the road, and we are here to defend our title 2 straight. This is going to be a flight that you don't want to miss. Bartlett Hill Primary, we are the defending champions, and we are excited to hit the road to defend that title. And this year, we decided to go with a Bahamian theme, and our theme for this parade is Flight 242, Come Go With Me. Choreographed dances, as you've seen, they are our dolls. And then we have our band who's going to represent the Royal Bahamas Police Force bands. And so throughout the parade, you're going to see a lot of things that's a part of the Bahamian culture. And we're excited. We've been practicing from September. And so from before we even got into Junkanoo mode, the kids were chasing me down. They were excited and wanting to know when practices were going to start. So the kids already had the enthusiasm, and they were just ready. And so I would say in about a month's time, the girls, they learned the routine to the T. So they're excited, they understand the importance of the culture, and they love music. The boys understand that the music is the heart. And if there's no music, there's no Junkanoo. So they understand that they are the heart that keeps the parade pumping. And so, as you can see, the fellas, they're ready. They're ready to show up what it is that they have. And like I said, they represent the Royal Bahamas Police Force Band. So they are ready to represent our Police Force Band top notch. Students here at Bartlett Primary School, we have no problem coming together and doing what needs to be done. And so we also had some parents as well who came and they were hands-on and getting the costumes ready. So we've been working very hard. This year we came harder than before. We are the champions, so we have to display why we are the champions, why we were chosen to be the champions. And so we just came back to compete with ourselves and say, hey, what can we do to take it up a notch? What can we do to make it a surprise for the viewers?
Let me tell you, Flight 242 took off and landed right here at beautiful Explorers Way. And Ramiko got himself in trouble, okay? He couldn't get on Flight 242. He got bombarded with Walter Parker. Let me see what else he's got. Miko?
I think I got a Bartlett Hill, and it was obvious. Karen was talking about it earlier. There was a lady who was just throwing the Bahamian flag around left and right all throughout this parade route. So I had to come over and see who she is. This lady spread out all of her curls tonight because she was going crazy as Bartlett Hill was on the parade route. So obviously that's your school. Tell me about the performance.
Oh, Romiko, I am just elated to see how well my students performed. Listen, my staff, they would have worked tirelessly with those kids day in and day out, performing the routines. My God, y'all should have heard them originally in October. I was like, oh my God, we are not going to sound right. But tonight, they have made me so proud as the principal.
Show the nails.
Oh yeah, I did have my 242 nails on this finger, and I did sweat that out as well. So I have to go to the nail salon on Monday.
So all in all, you think Bartlett Hill got it tonight?
If, Ramiko, I will call a special news conference if we do not win, because you know they would have robbed us if Bartlett Hill Primary School does not come out victorious in this parade. Last year we won, so we came for 2 straight.
Rick, I'm getting in that one. There you have it, the principal of Bartlett Hill. Obviously, a spectacular performance by the school, but we'll see what happens when the judges tally up the scores. Back to you guys.
Boy, let me tell you, we saw the Minister of Tourism, we saw the pilot, the flight attendants, we saw the straw dolls, we saw it all. I am not going to get in that with you, bro. we're going to have ourselves a good time. We now have a young lady that with us who is very, very special when it comes to Junkanoo. She's no stranger to what happens in Junkanoo. Chris Lane is here from New Providence. She's part of the national committee that puts Junkanoo on the road all over the country. Let me say to you, my darling, good evening and how are you?
Good evening, good evening. Welcome. Thank you for again extending your wonderful congratulations on the part of us ensuring that Junkanoo is throughout the country, but also for welcoming us here again on the island of Grand Bahama.
As you saw, we had some showers.
Yes.
We don't have no floods.
No.
So you're not in Nassau, okay? And I had to try it in there, so I want them to know that we don't flood here.
Well, the good thing about it is the showers were expected. The National Junkanoo Committee, pursuant to our rules, we do have measures in place to mitigate situations like this. And so that is why, if you'd remember, initially the parade was to start at 4, and then they pushed it back. And the reason why is because we knew that the weather was coming. We have a member on our board who's a member of the Department of Meteorology. And so when parades are imminent, we have our parade rules, which stipulates that we receive the weather forecast 96 hours out, then 48 hours, 24, 12. So we knew in advance it was coming. But what we also did as well is we partnered with our partners to ensure that they're aware that this is expected. So what you would not have seen around the perimeter is there were coverings, because we knew the weather was coming. We just could not provide a tentative time or confirmed time of when the parade would begin. And so we knew that there would have been a delay.
Okay, Kirsten, don't go anywhere. Tabernacle.
Sure. Yes,
they're on the parade route.
Yeah.
Let's go down to Tabernacle, then we'll come back to you, okay?
Sure,
Let's go, Tabby! Tabernacle Academy Falcons with the Wild Wild West here for the 2026 Junior Junkanoo Parade. And so watching these young people, hearing them practice throughout much of the time has been interesting. But with us again,
Kishlane.
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 Yes, sir.
When are we going to start naming children? Jane?
No, those days are gone, Ricardo. Those days are gone.
Okay.
Kishlane Smith.
All right,
Yes.
Miss Smith. Anyhow, are we going to leave that right there? Your job and the committee's job with Junkanoo now in the country, in terms of where we are at this point,
Yes.
now we're into the junior component, the senior component completed in that regards. For you, what has it been like keeping the junior segment alive and well?
My preference is Junior Junkanoo.
Yes.
My preference is the children, the love. Listen to the pulsating rhythmic passion and look at the children's eyes. Feel the rhythm. They are so excited. And what I like is when we visited these schools and we partake in their practices, what they say to us is they do their investigation. They are very thorough because remember, Junkanoo is like a book. When you're telling a story, the story must begin at the banner, and then everything through the entire group must show exactly what that book is about, what the story is about. And so Junior Junkanoo for me is the love. I love Junior Junkanoo. I love interacting with the children, the schools, the teachers, and also too, it allows us to create a better discipline because Junkanoo brings that element of administration, the element of decoration and following through, the discipline, the culture, the art, the theme, the work, and it all culminates together when you see the parade. With this, like your video showed a few moments ago, there's so much work behind the scene. But Junkanoo, Junior Junkanoo is really, really prevalent throughout the country. I'm so pleased to see so many islands participating in Junior Junkanoo. There are a lot of schools that are involved. And what we've also saw on a lot of the other islands that are not as large as Grand Bahama or Abaco, that the schools in whatever settlement, like for instance, you may come from the north of an island or in central or south, then they all combine into one because they want the children to participate, but there may not be sufficient support in one particular school, but because they all come from the same area or the same settlement, they're all allowed to do that. So Junior Junkanoo allows us to review and to emulate stars and cultures that are not necessarily seen in the senior parades, because the senior parades are a little different from the Junior Junkanoo parades. Yes.
And that's one of the key points I wanted to bring up to you.
Yes.
Was the fact that having the schools involved, and now that the Ministry of Education has put this into the curriculum,
yes.
you now put yourself in a situation where you'll now get the full support, and I believe in the next academic term, next academic year, you'll see more of that as you'll get coordinators, and I believe your entity will help in pinpointing individuals to go into the schools to help them with their programs so that they will then be able to come here and then produce a quality product and produce something that parents and yourself and me can cheer for.
Yes, and see, the impetus of Junior Junkanoo really emanated from there being a feeder system for the senior parades. And so we must remember that whatever we do as adults, they are watching everything that we do. And so that is true to Junior Junkanoo as well. And so the beauty of it, though, is that in our traveling throughout the country, we've encouraged the senior groups to help the junior schools or help schools in one way or another. And that has really, really realized into significant gains for us because we see the contributions. You saw them tonight. All of these schools, the teachers, the parents, the Junkanoo groups that are on Grand Bahama, I'm sure they have helped these schools one way or another. And that is where we bring the feeder system up from the junior level into the senior level and international level. Because the Bahamas is an archipelago of 700 islands and keys all throughout our archipelago. But we have many international ports, either airports or boatway ports. And so people are now traversing to other islands, not necessarily to the capital. And so what that means is that we have to have an equilibrium. And in doing that, Junkanoo is prevalent. And you'll see Junkanoo on every island, and there's one unique factor. The spirit of Junkanoo. It embodies our spirit. You feel the pulsating rhythmic passion. You see why it is that we love our Junkanoo in the Bahamas. What you may not know is that Junkanoo in the Bahamas has been inscribed by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage. So that means UNESCO can visit any island in the Bahamas. And it is important that they see Junkanoo as it was inscribed. And why that is important? Because it means that we have that international acclamation that Junkanoo is prevalent here in the Bahamas, and it is ours. And that is what I'm very proud about that.
Ms. Smith, if I may, have you ever considered having a junior minister for youth, sports, and culture? Because again, we have a junior minister for tourism. And if we're passionate about UNESCO and making sure that it's preserved as far as our culture and the next generation taking hold of it, what about having a junior minister of youth, sports, and culture to go around to the various islands?
You put me on the spot.
to go internationally and speaking from a youth perspective, why it's important for them to be a part of it.
Well, I can honestly say that was never. Thank you thank you so much for your question. I will certainly engage minister and whomever else of the authority can listen. But I'm not I do not work for the ministry.
I understand,
I'm a board appointee.
but you got a voice, a powerful voice when it comes to Junkanoo.
And I love Junkanoo. And you know, it brings to mind a story that was told to me on the island of Cat Island. We were on Cat Island for the Cat Island Junkanoo Parade on the 14th of February. And there was an elderly lady there. She's a drummer. Drummer, a bass drummer. And she said to me, she said, when I pick up this drum, because you remember now, Junkanoo, the music of Junkanoo begins in the back line. That's where it begins. So that is where that's where the power, correct. Right. And she says, she said to us, when I pick up the drum, I am in charge. She participates with the tum-tum drum and also with the bass drum. But when she said this to us, she held her bass drum in her hand. And she said, you don't believe me? And then she took her hand and she gave that drum one bang. Listen to me, the power. So I said that to say to you, I agree. There is so much strength in I guess, in our ministry, because we come under the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, but there's strength in your consideration because our minister is the Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture. So if there's somebody designated just to focus on the cultural aspect of Junkanoo, boy, that's interesting, and I'm glad you mentioned it, friend, because I was certainly raised that. Yes, ma'am.
That is going to be a very important area, but it's gone now. Okay, it's gone. We done said it.
Yes.
It's gone.
And you said it first. And so you get the acclamation for that.
Them folks sitting down in Providence eating the potato chips. We'll have that conversation in mass tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
So it's gone.
Yes,
but it's great to see that we are moving in the right direction.
Yes.
And I think that's what we need to see.
And it's positive.
What happened. We had opportunity earlier to speak to representatives from Scotiabank.
Yes.
They are now nationally sponsoring Junior Junkanoo.
Yes, through us.
We need other entities to do the same thing.
Yes.
We need those corporate entities to say yes to this program.
And it is important. Why? Because corporate Bahamas is domiciled on every island, and the residents on each island contributes to that corporate entity. And so therefore the corporate Bahamians or corporate international should then allow some of that revenue to be returned to the community in one way or another. If it were me, just like how my friend on the side made an excellent suggestion, I would have levied a tax for every international business, that's every corporate entity, and some percentage, even if it's 1% or 0.5%, goes directly to our culture, because we have to safeguard it. This is ours. This is all that we have. And when we are in Junkanoo, that is our identity. The world knows Junkanoo in the Bahamas, you know, because we travel all over the world and they know Junkanoo. Look at the sporting events. I understand that there was a nice sporting event here on the island of Grand Bahama last week, and there was so many Junkanoo participants that were there, because Junkanoo brings that element of surprise, but then it brings the excitement that's needed. And it is fun. look, we had rain, the showers of blessings earlier. So persons were doubting and saying, oh, no, people are going to leave Junkanoo.
They're here.
No, child, they will wait until whenever, and then they will be, and now look at everybody's here. They waited. The children are here. The children told us, because, again, we knew that the weather was coming, so there was a discussion with the principals and the persons that are in charge of the students, and they said, no, miss, no, we are going to rush. We are going to wait. We want to rush. And you saw what came out the gate. The minute the parade began, they came out in fiery force. They were excited, energetic, and that is what Junkanoo is about.
Put a pin in that. Hold on a minute. As we spoke about sponsorship and we spoke about Scotiabank,
yes.
They're right over there.
Yes.
We had opportunity to talk to some of the reps from Scotiabank.
Yes.
Here's what they had to say about Junkanoo and their sponsorship.
This year, Scotiabank is celebrating 70 years, and that means 70 dedicated years of investing in communities, investing in initiatives that really strengthen culture and initiatives that strengthen just the development of this country. We also believe that this opportunity to sponsor Junior Junkanoo is also investing in the orange economy of the Bahamas, which I believe is a great opportunity to convert talent to opportunities, talent to enterprise. And like I said, Scotiabank will continue to invest in our green economy as well as the youth of our nation. This year we sponsored $75,000. We expanded even further from the parade. We had an opportunity to visit several schools across Nassau and Grand Bahama. Recently we visited Tabernacle Baptist Academy as well as Jack Hayward Senior High. And along with those tours, we took with us financial literacy. We took with us basic money management skills, budgeting, because again, like I said, when we invest in the youth of our country, we're helping and preparing them to become solid, capable future leaders.
This is music to my ears, and the reason why I'm saying that is the City of Freeport Council was the first major sponsor of this parade. They gave $20,000 to help with supplies in the whole 9 yards, and then they turned around and went down to like 10, 15,000, and it kept going down and down and down. Now the corporate Bahamas is saying yes to Junior Junkanoo. Scotia now one of those leading the way. We get the others. What we really need is them gas companies.
Well, guess what?
I want them.
Stick a pin. Seoul Petroleum has been sponsoring Junior Junkanoo for the last 36 years on the island of New Providence. When we were appointed as National Junkanoo Committee members, the first thing we did was we wanted to understand what was our role, what was the expectation, how is it that, what perimeters we have. And we all emanate from the business aspect. And so we then began a discussion with many partners. You'll soon hear a lot of new initiatives that are coming on stream, and you'll soon see the actual tangible benefits of the collusion with how we were able to bring this synergy with corporate Bahamas and Junkanoo. You'll soon see it. You saw it with Scotiabank. You would have seen it over the last 36 years with Seoul Petroleum. You're going to see it very soon with another large sponsor. Why is that important? Because everything cannot be New Providence-centric. And so when we speak with corporate Bahamas, we explain to them, we have Junkanoo all throughout the country, not just on New Providence, and in some, not just on Grand Bahama, but there are a lot of islands in the Bahamas that needs the assistance as well. And in doing that, we show them how it will be beneficial to them. Scotiabank, as she mentioned earlier, because we had that discussion with Scotiabank, so this is one of our brainchilds, which we are very proud of. Warren Andrew Pinder is my chair. Dr. Dwight Marshall is our deputy co-chair. You know, our minister, Ellery DeVoe, is our senior Junkanoo coordinator. So it was a team of us that came together, and we had these discussions with Scotiabank. Soon we'll make an announcement with another entity where we've had discussions as well. But we are merging with entities that are indicative to the environment which they're domiciled. And so Scotiabank is on Grand Bahama and on the island of New Providence. Seoul Petroleum is also on these islands. And the next entity that we'll be discussing are on the islands that do not have anything yet, but we're targeted them primarily because the revenue that they earn comes from the residents that are on those islands, and so therefore it will be their venture to give back to those islands. So your point is so important, and we took that baton when we became in these roles, and it is so important that we showcase the value of culture and corporate entities.
There you go. I just want to tell the Tabernacle Falcons that you got their best interest. And so when they see you again, they'll know why. But let's go to the piece on them as far as how they were able to make some things happen for this year's parade and why your sponsorship out there is so important.
We're going to tell the rest of the schools to get their boots on discovery. Practice has been going pretty good. The girls are consistently showing up for the most part. Not 100% attendance, but at least I would say about 85 attendance of the girls showing up. The kids have gotten all of their costumes. They're now putting everything together. So we're excited about getting on the road for Saturday, and hopefully everything goes well. I'm very thankful for Miss Naomi Fatal, our business teacher in high school. She's been working with our girls for the maybe for the past 5 years that we've been a part of Junior Junkanoo. So they choreograph everything together along with the help of the girls. Miss Fatal, and then they put stuff together, and it's going pretty good. Right now, this is our practice boys. This is just our primary school boys. They're very excited. They will be a part of Junior Junkanoo, but they're helping. They come every day to help us to, practice with the girls so that they can get a feel of the drums and everything else. We're definitely going to be better than last year, so we're excited about that. They could expect what they always expect, the best. We'll be coming on the road. We're going to be exciting. It's going to be familiar music that they will hear, and hopefully they'll get involved and be excited along with us.
We also have to say a very special thank you to a lot of people who over the years have done much for Junior Junkanoo, guys like Michael Wright, who used to build all the drums, Anthony Huck Williams, also Ken Motorboat Ferguson, all those guys who have gone on but made a way for Junior Junkanoo and to do the things necessary to see that today we can now see our children benefit from it. But I say this because you know very well, two females now. I don't, the women, y'all be careful now. Be careful now. I ain't gonna say this.
Okay.
Y'all in these drums and this Junkanoo beat, children gotta come out like that. Because y'all been dancing and having a ball, and then having a ball even in the church, Karen. I ain't gonna say nothing else. They having it in the church.
That's fine.
Okay. And
everything in decency and in order.
And so
decency and in order.
it born in them.
It is.
Okay.
Bahamians, we are a rhythmic people.
Yes.
We don't sit still when it comes to music. And like you said, it's in the church. And so the jumper churches, yes, you see them go around and they'll do their dance. But it's the way how you display that dance. Again, you can, in decency and in order. You don't have to be vulgar about it. Because I danced for many years at the casino, and that was my passion. But you can, again, do everything in decency and in order.
Okay. But even with that, we look at the video just now with the little girls. What did you see? You saw in very inclusivity. They were very inclusive. They were learning. You saw discipline because they had to follow the lines. And then you saw teamwork because the little boys, the little drummers, came to practice with the little girls to make sure that they can feel the drum, they can feel the passion, they can feel the beat. But overall, guess what you saw? Unity.
Teamwork. That's
unity.
Right.
And that is what, that's to
y'all
me,
Bahamians is something else, yeah? Anyhow, I got another Bahamian standing by. Shalia, tell me what's going on, Shalia.
Rick, I'm still running around over there, still running around. I'm here with Miss Vincia, though. Vincia, how are you doing this evening?
I'm wonderful and excited for our Junkanoo this evening.
And Vincia goes to Grand Bahama Academy. Their school don't participate in Junkanoo. Tell me, why did you still decide to come out tonight?
Well, I still like to enjoy the culture, the music, and see the different schools participate, so I still came out.
And tell us, what is your favorite part of Bahamian culture?
Oh, I would have to be the music and the food, for sure, definitely.
So do you think that it is important for our nation's leaders to infuse our culture into the schools?
I believe it's very important because I believe in we must preserve our culture and our heritage for future generations so that they know where they come from and they can appreciate our traditions more. So.
Thank you so much, Vincia. She says that we have to appreciate our culture more. So, Ricardo, I'm going to finish, enjoy myself, shake a leg, because these children are bringing the energy to the boulevard. Until I come back on the mic, back to you.
All right, let me tell you. See, I said it, and I know I can get do-right tomorrow in church, but I ain't going to worry about that.
No.
Women could shake their legs.
We can tap our feet, and we could clap our hands. But like I said, decency and in order, right, Minister?
Minister, save me in this
and in
one.
order.
The Honorable Mario Boleg, you ain't going to save me, man.
They are great in numbers.
Okay. Welcome to Grand Bahama, sir. Having this year's Junkanoo Parade, you opened it, and then you saw the showers of blessings, and now the parade continues. Your take on where we are at this point?
Well, I'm happy to see that we finished this parade. While we were discussing it, when I sent Sean Bow down to the leaders of all the high schools to ask them what they wanted to do, because we got a call late that it would really be clear up after 8, and if we wanted the younger kids to be out here any longer, but you know, some of the preschool left. But the juniors and the high school said they ain't going nowhere. So we knew that we had to finish the parade, and so they made the decision for us. You know, they said that you're holding us up for a little bit of rain. So that means that the joy and the passion that the young people have for Junkanoo is there, and so we just have to make sure that they do what they had to do, because they spent a lot of months and weeks preparing for this opportunity.
This has been a busy time for you in terms of, one, getting the Junkanoo season completed, getting the seniors out of the way, now the junior component, and then you got a number of other events coming up, because then you got sports to go deal with as well. Yeah. But at least this particular cultural aspect is going to be completed, and then other things to do at that point. Your calendar for the rest of the year?
Well, Junkanoo doesn't finish here. Every weekend in the month of February, we were at some island doing Junkanoo. I know we have to go back to Andres, Abaco.
Right, that rain there.
Yeah, for the junior Junkanoo that I can recall right now. But, you know, after that, then is all starts preparation for the Bahama Games in July. I mean, the LOC should have already commenced their work on that matter. That is the biggest event we got to come on, you know. One aspect of the Bahama Games we want to have is that we want to have the Junkanoo Russia with all the family islands, which there's one group that can represent each island. So if Grand Bahama wants to come with an all-star or whatever it may be.
No, hold on. There's only one group coming from Grand Bahama.
That's the Bush Rockers.
Okay.
We on one accord.
But looking at the faces of the young persons that we're seeing here, and the parents and the family members that's come out here to support this parade, nobody's gone. They stayed here and supported. How do you feel about that kind of response to what has happened in terms of Junkanoo?
Well, you know, the support is always there. That shows the Bahamian people love for Junkanoo. It shows their commitment and dedication also to be here to support their loved ones, these young kids. But they just want to be here. I see some parents left after their child would have rushed. But again, the love, passion that all Bahamians have for Junkanoo is seen at every level once we have a parade.
Having Junkanoo in itself as our so-called go-to event, I think that's what we call it in that regards, says much about where we have come as a country, where we were many years ago on Bay, to now have it throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the islands, all the islands have Junkanoo in one way or the other, says that we've come a long way.
Yeah, Junkanoo has expanded tremendously, and it's brought a lot of economic boost to the various family islands, because we have strategically set the times of these junior and senior parades to allow persons from the province and the other islands, even from Grand Bahama, because when Abaco has their parade, persons from Grand Bahama comes there and give them a helping hand to make sure that the northern Bahamas stays strong in Junkanoo. And when you talk about Exoma, Cat Island, the rest of Junkanoo persons come from the province, so you got hotels booked, you got restaurants, being used. You got cars being rented. So Junkanoo has become more of an economic impact to all of the family islands as we move towards even making it a greater economic impact when it becomes a festival.
Well, I know the festival component, you talked about it a long time ago. That's going to happen. Karen is to be a dancer. Now, I don't know how you're going to work this out, right?
Well, don't worry about that. I'll be in there.
Choreographed dancing could be
my thing. That's my thing. But
in a thing.
I wanted to find, you talked about the festival aspect of it, and I know that in Trinidad, they have the Junior Carnival. And with that, they have the Junior Monarch. Are you thinking about doing a like concept for the junior parades? And the reason why I'm asking, because there's so many talented persons who can sing, but again, bringing that component to the cultural festival, having that Junior Monarch type of feel. Have your team or committee considered that component of it?
Well, we haven't I wouldn't say we have discussed it, but we haven't gone in depth yet, because when you're talking about Junior Junkanoo, is the specific day and time when you hold it that you want to disrupt school and the kids being in the classroom. And so it could be a mini festival by them performing in that vein, doing the Junior Junkanoo parades. But I just was speaking to Willow Francis earlier today, and he was talking about the choreograph, going back to what you were saying. And in Trinidad, in Carnival now, they have implemented a choreograph section.
Yep.
So that means people are now stealing from Junkanoo and taking it to Trinidad. So, we got Junior Junkanoo from Trinidad.
That's correct.
So again, we look at each other and mimic what each other can do. Whatever can improve our parade, can improve their parade, we just use it. And I think what you just said will bring a great aspect, especially to the Junior Junkanoo parade.
And my final question is, there is a Junior Ministry of Tourism, and I just said it to Ms. Kishleen, and I'm hoping that you will take hold of it. But we don't have a Junior Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture.
Well, that's something we need to look at. I was asked about that by many young persons before. We got youth ambassadors and all this other stuff. So I'm sure there's possibility we can have a youth minister of youth, sports, and culture.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
There you go. Minister, thank you. St. George's is on the parade route. The Jaguars are going to show you why they're having some fun. It's great to always see you, Minister Mario Boleg, and keeping you here in Grand Bahama. We do apologize for the draft. I know you ain't used to this, but go get back out of this draft, and we're going to take it down and see St. George's bring it to the parade. St. George's, Jaguars. Let me tell you, Echoes of the Savannah, a cultural journey through rhythm, heritage, and also the identity. I love it.
I was blown away. Ricardo, the costumes, the music. Oh, St. George's, they definitely brought their A game. And it started from the banner. And they just went straight through. They didn't hold back. The choreographed dance section, amazing. They were synchronized. They interacted with one another. You saw the banter going back and forth with their, moving through like they were on the safari. They just brought everything. And the emotion, along with the energy, it's going to be hard to beat.
I tell you.
I was blown away.
I was about to call and have them disqualified.
Why?
Because I seen half of them doing this senior Junkanoo parade.
Well, you're going to see all of these groups.
Because when I looked at the brass section, all the guys, it's like, hold on. These are the same faces I seen before.
And the drums, if you look at the drums, you saw swingers, you saw platinum, but it all makes up one school. Because they all, like you said, you always say it, Ricardo, every year. It's a feeder system. Junior Junkanoo, the participants, they start here and then they go and mushroom right into the senior groups. That's why these groups are so big, because they have the juniors with them. And so again, they're inducted in getting tied tongue.
That's okay.
They are definitely adopting them and then bringing them into the fold, and that's what it's all about, is teaching them the craft and teaching them the right way. And so it's going to be a mixture of all of the senior groups.
I love it.
Bottled into one.
I love it. Our Ramiko Knowles has been inundated with with some conversation today.
Okay.
He gonna get himself in trouble with everybody out here tonight. Ramiko, who else do you have on the spot tonight?
No trouble tonight, Rick. I'm behaving tonight. But listen, aside from the parade route, there's also a lot of activity happening beyond the parade, actually right on the side of it, where all of the vendors are. Of course, they're serving their customers. And like I mentioned, there's a lot of activity happening right aside from the parade route. I'm here at Palms Jewelry, and just take a look at some of the stuff that's happening here. Aside from the parade, the people are coming in and patronizing some of the vendors. And when I say there's a long line of people that are just patronizing the vendors out here tonight, which is also an exciting thing. But I'm here with some of the vendors here. I want you to tell me a little bit about what you're selling tonight.
All right, we're right here at Palms Jewelry. So as you can see, we're selling necklaces, bracelets, earrings, anything that you could name of, rings. We also have raw gold jewelry, and we have like these guns that the kids are just loving. These are the rubber band guns. And
this is new. I've never seen those before. I've never seen the water guns, but this is the rubber band.
Yeah, this is the rubber band gun that the kids love. I have the big ones and I have the shorter ones like this. So they pick, and it's a movie tonight.
Plenty problem for parents.
I can tell you that.
But tell me about some of the jewelry. Are these handmade or?
Well, no, these are not handmade. These are all fashion. But it's really nice and the gold really cheap. You can get the necklace, bracelet, the earring for $5 only. We get the deals for the kids and the adults. So just come on over to Palms Jewelry, booth number one, and it's a movie, like I say.
Awesome. There you have it. Come on over to Palms Jewelry. But before you came to me, Rick, there was a young man that came. He said, "Is this ZNS?" I said, "Yes, it is." He said, "Oh, I want an interview." So I have to interview him tonight. What's your name?
My name is Levante.
How are you enjoying the parade so far?
Boy, having fun, I said. I kind of having a lot of fun for real.
Okay. This your friend?
Nah, this is my twin.
Oh.
It's my twin brother.
Y'all are twins?
Yes, sir.
You enjoying the parade tonight too?
Yes, sir. Yeah, loving it.
What school are you pulling for?
Marius E. Moore.
Why? Why?
My school is the best talking.
How old are you guys?
Be 10. 10? Yes, sir.
All right, but y'all enjoying the parade?
Yes, sir.
What do you love about ZNS? Because you came over to me and you said, "Is this ZNS?" Wow.
I on the news. Come on, everyone gonna see me on the news. So of course they're gonna be in it. Yes, we love the news. I gonna go on my TV and see if I see myself. Okay.
There you have it, Rick. The people are loving it, the kids are loving it, and hey, you're on ZNS. Back to you guys.
Let me tell you, I like that one. He's gonna go see himself. he's going to go to YouTube and see
watch it
himself
again.
from
Yeah,
tonight.
From tonight
when he get
onward.
on.
Now, he
Make sure
said he's cheering on Maurice Moore. They're not even in it.
But they're here, and they're part of it, and guess what? They're having fun.
Oh, that's
Right?
perfect. That's perfect. But I love what he said, that for the news, and that's what I told Remiko earlier. People watch ZNS for the news no matter where they stray. They always come back to ZNS when they want accurate news broadcasting.
There you go. St. George's is a great school.
They are.
And I like what they did, and they did a lot of work in getting ready to come out to this year's parade. We saw some pretty good stuff there as well. These kids saw themselves on TV earlier. Now, you could see why they're on TV tonight.
Tell the group in front of us, don't look back. And I tell the group who coming behind us, there'll be no road for you to rush on after St. George's have touched the boulevard. So they sneaked us last year. Last year we got third and we took it. We came back to the drawing board. We refocused our program and now we're ready. St. George's is currently the only school to win 6 straight junior Junkanoos. Even though last year another school would have won, we are the group that are more consistent. So we got back into that level of consistency. So our fans, our parents, our administrators, everybody could expect a wonderful, dynamic show, colorful, full of energy from St. George's. The Sharks, we have all hands on deck. We have our girls in there, they're decorating now because we're finished. And we have the boys there decorating their costumes, everybody's pacing. And we're at the point now where we're putting on our finishing touches. That's going to bring the glitz and the glam to our overall presentation. Well, as our theme, the echoes of the savannah. So we want to bring all of that rhythmic drumming and all of the sounds to make our music come alive. So instead of practicing during the daytime like everybody else, we want to practice in the evening time. That's where we have a more focused group, and then we'll be able to learn the new bass patterns and learn some of our new songs without everybody getting to know what we're coming with. The level of secrecy was our game this year. So now when we hit the boulevard, it's going to be a time to remember.
There you go, the St. George's Jaguars, who also have a great pop band as well in terms of music and what they've done. What we also saw in that piece is the fact that the creative skills of these young people, the artwork and stuff that they're doing in terms of how they're able to put things together says much about our kids and what they can do with their hands.
That's
and
true.
their ability to produce these wonderful costumes. I think it spells for the future in terms of when they get to the big groups and what they're able to produce once they come to these parades.
Well, Ricardo, you're saying when they get to the big groups, they're in the big groups right now, because if you go to any of the senior shacks, you will see them side by side, pasting right along with the senior members. And so they're just fashioning themselves after what they see. And so that's why we need to be very careful what we show them as far as the artwork, the creativity of Junkanoo. We want them to get the information, but have it done properly.
Right.
We want them to be able to research their theme and make sure that they're bringing every aspect of that theme to life. And like Ms. Kishleen said, you have to make sure that the front of your group is telling the same story that the middle is telling, and also to the back line. It can't be just the music. You got to make sure that that theme is carried throughout. And just like Ms. Kishleen, the junior Junkanoo always brings that excitement that you just don't see with the senior parade. You just don't see it.
This is a different flavor
I'm
altogether.
I'm telling you, the energy level is just 100%. It's 100%.
Egmont Rock had some
100%.
issues earlier today because of his raining cats and dog over there over the causeway and trying to get up here, but they're here.
Beautiful.
And they are now going to give you a taste of Africa. The one good thing about this parade I enjoy, ain't no AI out there.
No, you can't enhance nothing.
You can't enhance nothing out there.
No.
It's all about the ability to produce.
Yes.
You go, you put it together, and you bring it here, and you show it live, and the folks here are enjoying it. We're going to take you now down the road. 8 Bar Rock High. Hey, a taste of Africa.
At Centerville, I'm LaDawn Davis. This is ZMS.
A lot of our young men and women, they look forward to being around the game of basketball so much because a lot of their community is infested with crime and violence. It's always been a passion of mine to make sure to channel these young men and women in the right direction through sports. Basketball and being in this environment is a safe haven for them in terms of what they need to do to get out. You have leadership conference to help these young men and women to understand the importance of making the right choice. I tell all of my athletes, when you go to school, help yourself, stay focused, use basketball, don't let basketball use you. I love the game. The game has been good to me, and I just want to give back to the young people who have opportunity so the game can be good to them. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
The Cabinet Office wishes to advise the general public that daylight savings time will commence on Sunday, the 8th of March at 2 a.m. and will continue until 2 a.m. on Sunday, the 1st of November, 2026.
Abuse, domestic violence, suicidal tendencies. Are you being stressed out from these problems? Call the national hotline at 422-2763 or 322-2763. There are trained social workers available 24 hours to help you. Know that you are not alone in this.
Cousin of mine who was the leader of one of the biggest gangs
in this country during the early 90s. The gang that he was a part of tried to recruit all of us. If you're not strong, you can fall prey to that environment. I did not join because I was kept involved in positive activities. I saw what worked, what didn't work, and I just was able to utilize all of the gifts and talents over the years to impact young persons' lives throughout our nation. I realized every single individual has the freedom to choose. But if you choose light, these are the benefits. If you choose darkness, these are the results of your choice. I've seen music bring young persons from gangs through a trumpet, through a clarinet, through a drum, all because of the power of music. Conflict will come, circumstances will come. We just have to be consistent, dedicated, and committed with our young persons. Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
The Bahamas, natural, pristine. The Lucayan Indians were the first to settle here and flourished because of their rich marine resources. Delightful to behold, recounts Columbus when he discovered these islands. And some of them remain in this pristine state today, as sanctuaries for the species that make their homes here, and havens where visitors and communities may derive a unique quality of life, and accessing places of unparalleled scenic beauty. Thanks to a group of concerned citizens, the Bahamas National Trust was formed and established through an act of Parliament, thereby preserving the natural beauty of these islands. It all started in the early 1950s on the island of Great Inagua, when two brothers, Jimmy and Sam Nixon, showed a visiting conservationist the island's dwindling population of flamingos. When they started, there were only 5,000 birds left. With the support of conservationists, the brothers helped form the Society for the Protection of Flamingos and eventually the Inagua National Park. The first national park to be created was the Exuma Land and Sea Park. The Exumas are a yachtsman's paradise. In the 1980s, citizens became concerned about the park's declining marine resources due to uncontrolled fishing. Since enforcing a no-take policy in 1986, the Bahamas National Trust has seen the fisheries come back. And now it's once again a haven for divers, yachtsmen, and visitors from all over the world. However, more pressure is being placed on these marine resources. As fish stocks dwindle in other parts of the Bahamas, protecting the marine resources from poachers within the park is important so they can breed and restock the ocean. More than 3/4 of the Bahamas population live on New Providence Island, making it the most densely populated island in the wider Caribbean region. The Bahamas National Trust is undertaking an ambitious campaign to expand its facilities and the parks on New Providence. Eric Carey, the Trust's executive director, explains.
Our goal is to develop these parks into places where Bahamians can bring their families to enjoy nature. We want to provide Bahamians the opportunity to take their families bird watching, kayaking along boardwalks at Harold and Wilson's Pond and Bonefish Pond National Parks and witness the unique nature of the Bahamian natural environment.
One success is that the Bahamas National Trust began a nature program for Bahamas youth called the Discovery Club.
One of the most important values that I've learned from being in the Discovery Club is that it's our responsibility to take care of the environment and that we must take steps to help and protect it.
Conservationists have worked with the Bahamas government to create 25 national parks covering over 700,000 acres of land and sea. These parks span from Walker's Key, Grand Bahama, Abaco, New Providence, Andros, Exumas, Conception Island, Crooked Island, and Little and Great Inagua. While the government of the Bahamas provides considerable funding support for the national park system, the trust still needs additional funds to acquire more patrol boats, develop better facilities, create educational programs, and hire additional staff. The Bahamas National Trust must depend mainly on private donations to continue protecting these national treasures. If you wish to see these pristine parks treated with the respect and protection they deserve for your children and their children, then please support the Bahamas National Trust.
The success of the Inagua National Park is due to innovative partnerships between people working at international, national, local, and even corporate levels. A fine example of public and private entities working together is the partnership that has evolved between the Morton Salt Company and the Bahamas National Trust. Morton runs a solar salt operation on Inagua, employing a large percentage of the population. Expanding on the naturally occurring salt pans due to the low rainfall and rapid evaporation process, Morton collects and exports salt throughout the world.
It's really quite phenomenal. The salt, the production of the salt is really good for the flamingos. And the flamingos are really good for salt production. Basically what happens is in the great big evaporators, they have the brine shrimp that are living in there, so it's a great place for the flamingos to eat. But while the flamingos are in there eating brine shrimp, there's also flamingo droppings that are going into the evaporators, help speed up the evaporation process. And so you have this wonderful partnership. Flamingos and salt really seem to go together. And in fact, that's true not just of flamingos, but also of shorebirds. You'll find in different places in the world where you have salt, you will find that they are literally fabulous places for water birds and also for migrating birds. Usually lots of food there for them. And it seems to work out really, really wonderful partnership. As a corporate sponsor for the Inagua National Park, I can't even begin to say what Morton has done for us. They have been a true helper. We need things. For a couple of years, they were the ones who financed and donated our truck to us. Now, when we're going down and visiting in the park, the main house, which is owned by Morton, and then also there are a couple of private rental houses that the company owns. Mr. Bannister, who is now the chief executive of Morton, has basically said, this is the B&T house. You know, this is where when you all come down to work, this is where you all can stay. And we're very grateful for that and for the support that Morton gives us.
In addition to being home to the largest nesting flock of West Indian flamingos, the park has two other important distinctions. In 1997, it was designated a wetland of international importance as the Bahamas became a signatory to the Ramsar Convention.
The Bahamas signed the Ramsar Convention, which is to say that the country has made a commitment to preserving wetlands and also to restoration of wetlands. The Inagua National Park was selected as our Ramsar site of importance. The country has one Ramsar site. It makes the Inagua National Park very special. It means that it has met Ramsar's criteria as a wetland of international importance. So that's in itself a very, very important designation. Even when you go and visit the park, it's really hard to get, unless you really look at a map, to get the scope of what is protected in that park.
The other important distinction is the designation as an important bird area, or IBA, based on BirdLife International's criteria.
With the IBA status, part of it is, yes, using the criteria, saying this is a great place for birds, but it also does another thing. It says it's not just great for birds, it says it's great for biodiversity. Part of the BirdLife partnership is not just to go in and say this is an area that's important for birds, it's to try to involve the local people in getting involved in important bird areas and taking place in the monitoring and doing activities and creating sustainable use in parks.
Inagua Park's warden, Henry Nixon, is in charge of the local efforts. He is the son and nephew of the original park wardens, Sam and Jimmy Nixon.
A club was formed in Inagua to be a site support group for the Bahamas National Trust. We give it the name the Sam Nixon Bird Watching Club.
They've really learned the birds, they're really excited about them. And one of the interesting things about our site support group is I would say half of them are in somehow or another are nieces, nephews, grandchildren of Sammy and Jimmy.
Now we have, about 52 members. Our youngest member, which is the little chunky fella right here. And then we have up to older folks. The club is named after my father, who was Sam Nixon. And there's his offspring. I am his son. We have Sam Nixon children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren. But there's also other people that are members. Everybody that's in the club love birds and wildlife.
Through the work of the Bahamas National Trust, efforts of local wardens, and the support of Morton Salt, the residents of Matthewtown have come to appreciate the natural beauty and resources of their island.
I think that the people of Inagua realize that they live in a very special place. Development is going to come to Inagua. Hopefully it will be very environmentally friendly because that huge national park is down there and because it is a Ramsar site. Government is going to be probably very careful and very selective about what happens. But as with all development in the Bahamas, when it's so far away, things can happen and you don't know that they're happening. And we haven't reached the point yet where we can assign officers to bird dog literally what's happening with every single development in the country.
With the continued support and cooperation of local residents, the wardens, Morton Salt, and the Bahamas National Trust members, it is likely that this beautiful sanctuary can be preserved for future generations of Bahamians and visitors.
If I can be half the man that my father and uncle was, I think I can make it, and I can go a long way.
The Cabinet Office wishes to advise the general public that daylight savings time will commence on Sunday, the 8th of March at 2 a.m. and will continue until 2 a.m. on Sunday, the 1st of November, 2026.
Gymnastics requires discipline, dedication, and a strong sense of balance, just like doing good in our community. In gymnastics, every move counts. Every step, every leap, every turn. Just like in our communities, where every action, every act of kindness, every effort to help makes a difference.
I am the creator of Posh Girl Symposium. Posh is a symposium for 5th and 6th graders at Queens College where they are encouraged to be more passionate, optimistic, strong, and healthy, and stamp out hunger. We collect unused quality stamps to feed the hungry. Some people don't have the basic necessity of food, so I wanted to be able to help.
Be the balance, the strength, and the grace your community needs. Together, we can achieve greatness.
Crime-free looks like me.
Do your part. Join the movement to a safer Bahamas.
4 to 5 hours ago, compared to where we are tonight, it's like
night and
a
day.
whole change.
Like night and day.
All together. Yes. So, you know, we are giving you live coverage of the 2026 Junior Junkanoo Parade. And I tell you what, we're downtown here on Explorers Way in Freeport, Grand Bahama. That's the post office to the side and the Regent Center on the other side. And folks are standing up. We had rain, and now they are here celebrating our young people with Junior Junkanoo. Yes, we all ran for shelter, but now we are here celebrating the youth of our country. We had the Minister of Youth, Sports, and Culture who indicated that Junkanoo now is all over the country and ensuring that all the islands of the Bahamas get that opportunity to enjoy the culture that has made us the people we are today. You beat the drums, the bells, that's what makes it happen. I'm gonna let you guys now enjoy the Jack Hayward Wildcats. Enjoy the mystical wonders of the Egyptians. Mystical Wonders of Egypt by the Jack Hayward Wildcats. And let me tell you, I watched The Mummy how many times now? And all I saw was all them little funny creatures with the mummy.
Hieroglyphics.
They brought it all to
Yes.
life. They brought it here to the parade. What did you think about Jack Hayward?
Jack Hayward, something else. they are something else. I love the Cobra. The Cobra was interesting.
I tell
It was
ya.
interesting. But there was one young lady, she danced so hard that she just danced all of her pieces off of her costume everything that she had stuck on her was on the ground when she was finished. I'm like, okay, that's some energy. She just
I
put
saw
everything on the road.
I looked at you, and then I saw the marshals trying to pick up everything
piece.
that kept falling off. I'm like, holy cow.
Oh,
But
yes,
boy,
yes,
let me tell you something. This has been a wonderful,
It has.
wonderful parade. We had our challenges earlier today with the rain, and we can still have
Don't say
water
the rain,
that's all over
just say
place.
the showers of blessings.
Always.
Yes, showers
Always
of blessings.
showers of blessings and going from there. And I didn't want to tell you, but there is rain coming later on tonight again.
That's fine.
So showers later on, but we'll be out of here. But the whole night in itself has been one that parents and family and friends can celebrate.
Definitely.
I know the thought was, put it off another day. No. These
Yeah.
kids wanted
they had to. They had
come
to.
out here and
Correct.
compete. And like the minister said, they spoke to the coordinators. They said,
And
listen,
everyone is in unison.
we want to
rush.
go.
Yes.
And they wanted to rush.
But we got to say thank you to our law enforcement. We have ACP Dames and his fine team. They just kept everyone safe. And of course, the hardworking committee, Youth Sports and Culture, and the Junkanoo committee. We want to say thank you for all of your hard work. We know that you don't always get to hear thanks. And so we're saying thank you. You always get to hear what went wrong. But sometimes it's good to say thank you for all of the effort that you've put in. And thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now, we have Ramiko Knowles and Ms. Roll standing by. I got to call her Ms. Roll now.
She's Ms. Roll.
She'd have been in all kind of trouble getting in there. But guys, give us your take on tonight's Junkanoo Parade.
Well, Ricardo, I'm not ready to go home quite yet, but it's sad that the parade is over. As you can see, I'm having too much fun tonight. There's no one else on the road.
No one else here but us. What was your favorite part of the night, Romiko?
I got my whistle.
It was definitely an exciting night.
For sure.
Yeah.
And listen, we got to see all of the schools, 13 schools at the parade route. I'm not going to make any assertions. They're going to give the results in just a few moments. We're going to stick around for that. But of course, from the preschools to the high schools, amazing performances we've seen so far.
They left it all on the floor. I mean, them children dig up the road. I love it. I love to see it.
Safe to say, our future, our culture is in good hands. Until next year, we want to thank you so much for joining our broadcast tonight. I'm going to stick around for the results. We'll bring it live on our social media pages. Be sure to stay tuned for that. Back to you guys, Ricardo.
Thank you very much. Let me tell you something. Them two won't be here all night.
Ramiko don't have to go to church tomorrow, so he's trying to be early all
ain't
night.
playing that.
No,
we getting out this draft.
We're not.
It's been a long night for us.
It has.
We want to thank all of you for tuning in and making our night such a wonderful, wonderful experience. To Kiss Lee and also the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. Want to thank them for both sitting in and all those that made our broadcast tonight a special event.
And I must say thank you to ZNS for hosting me, for me being here as your host alongside Ricardo. ZNS, thank you. I just can't thank you enough. And Gordon, well done, my friend, well done.
I will tell you, when we came out tonight, we said we know good and well, put it this way, we veterans understand this kind of weather. And so we
That's
came
why your
prepared.
mole covered and your chest covered. Yeah, don't try to play cute.
There you go. And then plus two, we're not finished with Junior Junkanoo because remember the minister states he's got to go back to Andros. He's got two more parades that he has to deal with. Right. And then put you on guard in the next 2 weeks or so. We have the Northern Bahamas Track and Field Championships coming right here to Grand Bahama. Abaco, Bimini will be coming in town for the high school segment of that. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. So there's much going to be happening. Our youth are well and in good hand. To the Ministry of Education, to Minister Glennis Anna Martin, who also came in. Yes. Thank you very, very much to Scotiabank. Thank you for supporting our young people, and also to the City of Freeport Council, thank you as well, and all the other side sponsors that made this year's parade a success. I know it was kind of hard funding-wise to get some things going for them. Hopefully they would have now looked and go over these things and correct them so that next year's parade will be even bigger and better, and we'll get all the schools back in and make sure it happened, okay? Thank you. It's been fun.
Thank you, my darling.
You know, how we roll. And I can see you in church tomorrow. You hear that, Judith? We're going to church tomorrow. I'm Ricardo Lightborn, and this is
saying thank you.
Bye-bye, y'all. See you. Good night.
The Hidden Disabilities Sunflower is a globally recognized symbol for persons with invisible disabilities.
The sunflower lanyard made our journey less stressful, smoother, and more inclusive.
REACH is proud to support the Hidden Sunflower Scheme, which makes the invisible visible. So far, the Nassau Airport Authority and the Nassau Cruise Port are sunflower certified.
So if you see someone with a sunflower lanyard, always remember to be patient and ask if they need some help. Please be kind and always remember to show respect.
We wish to encourage more hotel operators with amenities such as water parks, restaurants, cinemas, government offices to join this initiative, making the Bahamas a more sunflower-friendly country.
Please feel free to reach out to the REACH office at 328-4123, or you can reach out to the National Commissions for Persons with Disabilities at 396-8700.
The Cabinet Office wishes to advise the general public that daylight savings time will commence on Sunday, the 8th of March at 2 a.m. and will continue until 2 a.m. on Sunday, the 1st of November, 2026.
This Sunday, March 1st, ZNS Network invites you to a live broadcast of Apostolic Explosion 2026 at the 77th General Convention of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos Islands Council of the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World. Join us from Transformation Ministries International beginning at 11 a.m. Experience powerful worship, preaching, and fellowship under the theme, God Is. Apostolic Explosion 2026 in the Bahamas, live from Transformation Ministries International, Sunday, March 1st at 11 a.m. on the ZNS Network and streaming on our Facebook and YouTube platforms.
Tune in to a special broadcast of the Caribbean Development Bank's 2026 Annual News Conference on ZNS Bahamas, Tuesday, March 3rd at 4:30 p.m. EST. Hear directly from the bank's leadership as they outline priority actions to boost resilience, growth, and sustainable development for all Caribbean people. Be sure to join us.
truly be free. Free to be all I am, free from worries and hate, free to love and to grow together. Free to be all I am, free from worries and hate, free to love and to grow together. It's the last moment in time floated across the sea. I went blowing over the ocean to be shed eternally. Should there be one last great day to be given to me, I would gladly give it away, so each child will truly be free. Free to be all I am, free from worries and hate, free to learn and to grow together. Free to be all I am, free from worries and hate, free to learn and to grow together.
At Bahama Boulevard, I'm Sean Innes. This is ZNS.
Coming up in the Bahamas tonight, the weekend edition, the Parliamentary Registration Department unveiling its new biometric cards, making a major step in enhanced voter security. Plus, police hitting major crime hotspots head on, stepping up vigilance and taking decisive action to keep our streets safe. In sports, the Atlantis College Baseball Series now underway. The Bahamas tonight, the weekend edition starts now. Good evening, I'm Desmond Saunders, and welcome to the broadcast. Bahamas takes a major step in modernizing general elections. Biometric voter cards now available, starting with residents of Killarney, Carmichael, and St. James. Authorities say the new cards make voting safer, faster, and more secure ahead of this year's general election. Marisa Burrows has more.
After months of preparation, biometric voters' cards are officially available for collection, with members of 3 constituencies getting the opportunity to receive their IDs first. Residents of Killarney, Carmichael, and St. James heading out to the Parliamentary Registration Department Saturday morning to collect these new official cards, meant to make the voting process in this year's upcoming general election a smoother experience. Following the announcement of biometric voters' cards last year per parliamentary legislation, Parliamentary Commissioner Harrison Thompson says that the implementation of the cards has been a work in progress, but necessary to ensure safer measures at the polling stations.
This is something that was ongoing for some time. It's not something that came overnight. The planning for the biometric cards started years ago, and you have to start somewhere. This is the first phase of that process. We're still working the process, but we believe we're at the stage now we could issue the cards. So the Bahamian people will have this biometric card, that will be even more secure than their paper cards.
With biometric data now being part of the official registration process, authorities are stating that its secure networking systems is what makes this feature a standout one for this election season. Change is always scary, but change is the only thing that is constant. And we encourage Bahamians there's nothing to fear. If you have an AA passport, your biometrics are there already. And all we want to do is make sure that the electoral process is secure and you are able to protect your privacy and all of that. We want to do all of that, and that's what the card is all about. That's what this biometric card is all about, to protect you as a citizen. As the voter registry approaches 200,000 names ahead of the upcoming general election, those picking up their biometric cards are expressing both excitement and hesitation about the new process.
There was no hit, everything runs. The only problem is today that they do not have my card ready, and they're now searching for it to see if it's ready.
If your biometric is on the card, there should be no doubt of who your identity is and what constituency you're registered in. And I think it's a safety mechanism for persons voting in other constituency and doesn't live in that particular constituency they're voting in. So I think this is the reason why the government decided to change it to the biometric cards.
I believe the government will make sure that those particular information is protected. So I trust my government, so I decided to go for it.
For the Bahamas Tonight, I'm Marisha Barros.
Country's Minister of Labor, the Honorable Pia Glover-Rose, says the labor market in the Bahamas remains stable, with hundreds of vacancies posted on the Department of Labor's portal. The minister says the administration is aggressively confronting the nation's skills gap, rolling out free training, paid apprenticeship programs, and targeted workforce initiatives designed to connect Bahamians to available jobs.
We are looking to engage citizens of the Bahamas but ensuring that we address the skills mismatch, which I think our administration is doing an excellent job on by providing a number of initiatives that give our citizens training opportunities. We're removing the barriers of access. Barriers of access include usually cost, and so where our initiatives are free, some are stipendary, and then we also have opportunities to shift the trajectory of careers by using our labor market studies to inform us of the gaps. You have the National Apprenticeship Program that in our pilot we have focused on maritime. In our pilot we have focused on construction, and in our upcoming pilot we will focus on energy and renewable energy and customer service. So we are using the initiatives that are created as the solutions to our challenges to ensure that we are filling the labor market gaps.
The Minister of Labor says labor reform is also high on the government's agenda.
We want to ensure that we are responding to all aspects of the challenges that we meet in the labor market. You've seen a recent report of more industrial accidents. So it's important for us at the Department of Labor that we're engaging our inspectorate and our Occupational Safety and Health Unit, also called OSH, to ensure that proper protocols are being observed by employers, to ensure that there's training and retraining where necessary to observe those protocols on the job. We're focused on Bahamianization and ensuring that where we aren't able to engage Bahamian workers, then we direct our training initiatives to ensure that in the future we are able to ensure that Bahamian citizens are trained and skilled for occupational gaps that now exist. So the Department of Labor is working diligently through our Occupational Safety and Health, through our Notice of Vacancy unit, and through our training.
The Ministry of Housing addressing recent claims regarding land at Paul Track, including the area being developed as Premier Estates West off Ferguson Road. The ministry says the land is government-owned, lawfully acquired in 1957, and remains recorded for public purposes. Any claims that portions are for private sale are false. Authorities warn Bahamians not to be misled. Anyone attempting to buy this land without proper legal verification does so at their own risk. Residents are urged to retain reputable attorneys and check titles at the Registry of Records before making any payments. Premier Estates West will feature 169 lots, part of a government initiative to expand home ownership opportunities for Bahamian families. The ministry emphasizes that all earliest subdivisions on this track remain secure and homeowners' titles are valid and protected. The Ministry of Housing says it will take all necessary steps to safeguard public lands and ensure that opportunities for Bahamians to own homes are preserved for the people and by the people. Well, this travel advisory from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs advises all Bahamian nationals traveling to or residing in the Middle East to exercise heightened caution due to ongoing regional tensions and the potential for rapid escalation. These developments may result in short-notice travel disruption, including flight delays, airspace restrictions, and changes to local security posture. Bahamian nationals are urged to remain vigilant, monitor official guidance, and review personal safety plans. The ministry strongly advises Bahamian nationals to avoid all travel to Israel, Palestine, and the Islamic Republic of Iran due to ongoing hostilities and the risk of further military escalation. Security conditions in these locations are volatile and unpredictable. While constructive and candid is how CARICOM leaders are describing their meeting with United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio this past Tuesday. From the official CARICOM statement, the talks focused on strengthening long-standing ties between the Caribbean and the United States, particularly in the areas of security, trade, and economic cooperation. Both sides agreed on the need for a modern cooperation framework suited to the 21st century. Proposed areas of collaboration include a structured migration program, enhanced security cooperation, trade and investment, disaster recovery, and technical assistance. The situation in Cuba was also addressed, with leaders acknowledging the growing humanitarian challenges and expressing a willingness to support efforts that benefit the Cuban people while maintaining regional stability. 24 Haitian nationals were convicted in the magistrates' courts for immigration offenses this past Thursday. On Friday, 4 men appeared before Magistrate Abigail Farrington and were convicted of overstaying. 3 were fined $3,000 each or, in default, 9 months at the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services. A 4th was fined $2,000 or 6 months. Earlier this week, 20 additional Haitian nationals appeared before the same court. 19 were convicted of overstaying and 1 of illegal landing. Fines range from $1,000 to $3,000, with custodial sentences between 3 and 9 months. All individuals were ordered to be handed over to immigration for deportation after payment of fines or completion of their sentences. Immigration Department officials are reminding visitors that overstaying is an offense punishable by arrest, prosecution, and deportation. Well, coming up in the Bahamas tonight, the weekend edition, police ramping up efforts to tackle crime. That story and more when we come back.
Behind every strong economy is a bold entrepreneur, and we're here to support them, island by island. On Long Island, we've helped 77 entrepreneurs turn their dreams into thriving businesses. Through over $1.9 million in approved funding, the SBDC is strengthening Long Island's economy by investing in its leading sectors: fishing, transportation, and agriculture. No matter the island, every business we support strengthens the economy, starting with yours. SBDC, Bahamas.
This Sunday, March 1st, ZNS Network invites you to a live broadcast of Apostolic Explosion 2026 at the 77th General Convention of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos Islands Council of the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World. Join us from Transformation Ministries International beginning at 11 a.m. Experience powerful worship, preaching, and fellowship under the theme God Is. Apostolic Explosion 2026 in the Bahamas, live from Transformation Ministries International, Sunday, March 1st at 11 a.m. on the ZNS Network and streaming on our Facebook and YouTube platforms.
Police hitting the streets to tackle the rise in crime. Senior officers walked through the communities of Masons Addition and Fox Hill, speaking directly with the residents about their concerns. Chief Superintendent of Police, Davy Pratt, says the response has been positive and more community visits are planned.
That walkabout was very receptive. They want to see more of that. They want us in the community. They want to talk to us, and they want to tell us what's happening in the communities. These walkabouts will not only stop here. We will be in another area probably tomorrow, maybe Carmichael Road or South Beach, and we want to hear the concerns from those people in different communities. Let them tell us what they want the police to do. We cannot do it alone. And the partnership with the various divisions and the communities and stuff will help us to go a long way in solving crime here in Nassau and in the Bahamas.
Chief Superintendent Davy Pratt says crime fighting is everyone's responsibility. It cannot rest solely on law enforcement. Even the smallest tip can make a big difference in ongoing investigations. He urges residents with information about recent crimes to contact their local police station or Crime Stoppers.
What do you have to say to the public? I just want to say to the public, crime is everybody's business. And in order for us to solve crime, it is a team effort. Fighting crime is a team effort. So if you have the information and you have it thrown under the closet, it's no use for the police. So if you have the information, tell us what's happening in your community. Today I have along with me the officer who in charge of armed robbery. You don't merely see these officers out. And they are out because they are concerned. They want to do a lot of stuff and they want to help collaborate with the officers in uniform so that they can get the information that they need to help and solve their matters.
Nassau Village residents, families of slain victims, and community advocates joining forces to save lives through critical blood donations. Manager of the Nassau Village Community Center, Christoph Mitchell, says partnering with families of all murdered victims, led by community advocate Candy Gibson, was a natural step in meeting the rising need for the gift of life.
Partnered with FORM, Mrs. Candy Gibson. She's a great community leader in the Nassau Village constituency, and this initiative is something that we thought would be needed. I've been in experiences, or family experiences as well, going to the hospital where we need blood on a regular occasion. Every day we see it floating through newspapers and across social media regards to persons needing blood. So when she came to me with the idea, I thought it best that we make it happen. And so I'm glad to have her here, and we're glad to be assisting in this initiative today.
Organizers say the urgent need for blood donations is what drives this initiative or effort. Director of FOAM, Families of All Murdered Victims, Candy Gibson urges residents to step forward and help save lives.
There's assistance for everybody who needs blood, whether it be the baby to the breast. When mothers go in sometime for delivery to have their children, they need blood. Cancer victims need blood. Persons having surgery, stab victims, gunshot victims, persons need blood. As you can see daily on Facebook, persons always disseminating flyers. Donate blood to this person, donate the blood to that person. So with that being said, it's very important for persons to come on down there and partnership with us and donate blood. One prick does the trick. Yes, I've been just yesterday alone, I saw like about 6 flyers on Facebook with persons needing blood. So right now, the need for blood is very, very prevalent in our country. And so persons not need to wait till their family member, they need blood to come on down. But make sure the PMH Blood Bank always has blood to give out.
The National Women's Symposium wrapped up today with a call for unity, access, and empowerment, hosted by the Ministry of Social Services with key partners. Organizers say it's all about reminding women and girls across the Bahamas that support systems are here to help them thrive. Undersecretary in the Ministry of Social Services, Donette Williamson.
Well, it is important because we need the women and girls to know that there are systems out there that support them, their safety, their well-being, their mental health, and we are the body that work in alignment with NGOs and other professions around the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So we need them to know that we're here for you, your government supports you, we have the systems in place, and you know, it's also an opportunity for us to grow and for us to grow individually.
National Women's Advisory Council Chair Sophia Williams says this initiative isn't just for women. Men also play a critical role in the conversation.
We cannot do this without our men. We love our men. We need our men, and we want our men to be a part of the information that is being presented on the stage by all of the experts on mental health wellness. It's not limited to women. It's not even limited to children. It's also involves men who also face mental health challenges. We're talking about finances. Finances is not limited to the woman. We know, yes, most of the homes are headed by females, but there are other homes in our country that are headed by males. And so males also need to be educated on finances from birth to death.
Sports is up next.
Tune in to a special broadcast of the Caribbean Development Bank's 2026 Annual News Conference on ZNS Bahamas, Tuesday, March 3rd at 4:30 p.m. EST. Hear directly from the bank's leadership as they outline priority actions to boost resilience, growth, and sustainable development for all Caribbean people. Be sure to join us.
The Cabinet Office wishes to advise the general public that daylight savings time will commence on Sunday, the 8th of March at 2 a.m. and will continue until 2 a.m. on Sunday, the 1st of November, 2026.
What does disability look like? In a busy airport terminal, at the check-in counter, at security checkpoints, or even in baggage claim? Passengers with hidden disabilities often go unnoticed. Globally, 1 in 7 persons have some form of a disability. 80% of those disabilities are non-visible. In an airport environment, workers are often unaware of hidden physical, mental, or neurological disabilities that some passengers live with. This can lead to frustration and a less than ideal travel experience. So, how do we make the invisible more visible? At LPIA, we've implemented the Sunflower Lanyard program. The lanyards are visual cues for airport workers to immediately identify passengers who might need additional assistance. NAD is teaming up with the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities and key stakeholders at LPIA to launch the internationally recognized initiative. We're joining more than 180 airports in 26 countries already in the program. NAD is the first organization in the Bahamas to recognize the Sunflower Initiative. It's a way to show our continued commitment to making LPIA a safe, welcoming, and inclusive airport for all. Passengers needing to secure a free Sunflower lanyard can email sunflower@nas.bs or call 1242-397-8600. For more information, visit www.nassauLPIA.com.
Welcome to your Saturday Sports. I'm Eugene Stewart. Well, it was an exciting and historic day for baseball here in the country as Nassau played host to the inaugural Atlantis College Baseball Series. The three-day event featuring Division I baseball teams, the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Indiana State Sycamores. Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis threw the ceremonial first pitch with a strike right down the middle. For Indiana State, they would draw first blood in this one, going up 1-0 to begin the first inning. But it would be Penn State rallying back to take the lead by a narrow 3-1. A quiet game for both teams throughout the second and third, but it would be the Sycamores getting the bats alive now to go up 4-3 in the top of the fourth. The Nittany Lions would manage to score 2 runs at the bottom of the ninth, but it would be no match for Indiana State as they would walk away victorious to end the night 8-5. College baseball continues all weekend long at the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. In tennis news, Team Bahamas wrapping up international competition this week in Guatemala at the Under-16 Junior Davis Cup and Billie Jean Cup pre-qualifiers, where the country's top young tennis players took on some of the region's strongest programs. The boys team finishing with a 1-4 record, picking up a hard-fought team victory during round-robin play, while also falling in tight contest against Barbados. On the girls' side, Team Bahamas fought through a challenging field, finishing 0-4 and gaining valuable experience against high-level opposition in the North, Central America, and Caribbean region. Each tie featured 2 single matches and a doubles match, with teams competing for a chance to advance to the final qualifier later this year. Despite the final results, the tournament providing an important development step for the Bahamas junior tennis program as the nation continues to build towards future international success. And in basketball news, the Bahamas senior men's national basketball team coming up with a hard-fought 99-96 win over Jamaica in Kingston for their FIBA World Cup 2027 America's qualifier. Franco Miller Jr. paced the Bahamas with 32 points, while Tavario Miller added 22. Coach Moses Johnson says the win is a step in the right direction.
Everybody that came off the bench in the fourth quarter contributed, and with 15 lead changes, the game could have gone either way. But the ball bounced our way. We made a few turnovers down the stretch that cost us a bit, but we were able to pull it off, and that's what counts. So just want to thank God for the win, and now we'll build on this success as we move on to play Puerto Rico later on this week.
Basketball is like a game of runs, so we just trying to tell the guys stay in there and keep competing, and the game will take care of itself. Jamaica's a very good team. Kofi and Chase, they were creating a lot of problems for us in the first and second half, so we were just trying to limit them as much as we could, and we came out with the win, so that was pretty big. Continue being aggressive and trying to stack days and be consistent with the things that I do on a daily basis. I think, like Coach Moses said, controlling the controllables and not really worrying about external factors. So that's pretty much my mindset going into the next game.
Details of their matchup against Team Puerto Rico in tomorrow's Sportscast. And that's been your Saturday Sports. I'm Eugene Stewart. Enjoy your weekend.
Planning the execution of a newscast is serious business. From the assignment to the concept of the story, everything has to be precise, on point, always. The Bahamas Tonight, the National Report, is your trusted news service. We get it right the first time. Our preparation for you each night is done with care, knowing that our voices will reach you on 700 islands and keys with unquestionable accuracy. It gives me great pleasure each night to say,
welcome to the Bahamas Tonight, the National Report. I'm your national anchor, Makush Lapinder.
We'll lead off with this report. This one is a good one to lead off with for Sunday.
Your weekend news just got better. Exciting features, good vibes. It's all about the feeling.
Hey, I'm Raven, and your Sundays never felt so good. Tune into Northern Service Vibes, where culture meets conversation, every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. only on the ZNS Network.
Did you know that if a fire starts in your home, you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape? Keep your family and home safe with these few fire safety preparation and prevention tips. Ensure that your home has working smoke detectors. They will alert you if there is smoke and fire in your home. Install a smoke detector on every level of your home, inside each bedroom and outside each sleeping area. Test smoke detectors every month and change the batteries every 6 months. Home fires can spread rapidly and every second counts. Create an escape plan and practice it with everyone in your home. Make sure everyone can safely escape in less than 2 minutes. Keep escape routes as clutter-free as possible so no one trips or falls on the way out during an emergency. In addition to smoke detectors, fire extinguishers is an important device to have on hand. To use a fire extinguisher, remember the acronym PASS. Pull the pin, aim the nozzle, squeeze the handle, and sweep from side to side at the base of the fire. We must all do our parts to ensure that our families and homes are safe in the event a fire occurs. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police, the Director of Fire Services, and all officers of the Fire Department, let's work together to help prevent fires, because fire safety is everyone's responsibility, and the life you save may be your own.
Time now for a check on tonight's weather. Chief Meteorologist Basil Dean joins us. Good evening, Basil.
Good evening, Desmond. Outside of our studios, we have cloudy conditions with some light rain showers. Temperature at 78 degrees. The relative humidity 75%. Now, the winds there out of the south-southeast at 8 miles per hour. The barometric pressure 1,015.0 millibars. That's 29.97 inches. And your temperatures around the islands: Marshall, Abaco at 79, 76 in Green Key. Freeport, Grand Bahama 76 degrees. The Berry Islands, Allenstown, Bimini also at 76 degrees, 77 in Harbor Island. Roxanne, Lucha 78, Allenstown, Cat Island at 80 degrees. Black Point, Exuma, Camp Space, St. Andros reporting 77. We have 76 in Fresh Creek, Central Andros, some 80s in Georgetown, Exuma, Rum Key, and also in San Salvador. Rygat Island, Cloudstown, Long Island, and Crooked Island at 79, 81 degrees, and Betsy Bay, Maguana also Ackless at 81, Machitan, Unigo as well, 81 degrees, and the Turks and Caicos Islands at 82 degrees. Your boating forecast tonight through tomorrow in the northwestern islands, we're going to have light and variable winds with flat seas. Low tide, that will take place at 11:38 tonight with your high tide at 6:01 tomorrow morning. Now for the central and southeastern islands through tomorrow, east to southeast winds at 10 to 15 knots to the wave heights 2 to 4 feet. That's going to do it for your boating forecast. Our satellite picture showing a front boundary just around Lake Okeechobee, and that's moving towards the south and east, and will bring some showers overnight to the northwest Bahamas as it pushes through. And your forecast for tonight is going to look like this: partly cloudy with a couple of showers developing as that front boundary gets a little closer. The low temperature tonight should dip to about 72 degrees, and then tomorrow we're looking at partly sunny skies, temperature 81 degrees, and your extended weather forecast, a lovely weather right into next week, but the winds will start picking up as of Monday, so we'll have breezy conditions which will continue for the greater part of next week. So boating is not going to be the best week for boating for you, but temperature-wise, at nighttime temperatures a bit on the mild side in the low 70s, and your daytime temperatures in the upper 70s to low 80s. Desmond.
Thanks, Basil. That ends the Bahamas Tonight, the weekend edition. Thank you for continuing to make ZNS your first choice for news and information, as only the sun covers the Bahamas better than ZNS. On behalf of the entire team, thanks for watching. Have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow night.
At the House of Assembly, I'm Makushla Pinder. This is ZNS.